Right, we'll get started. Are we good to go? All right. Morena tauranga moana. Good morning to everyone in this wonderful place we call home. Nau mai, haere mai. Welcome to the Council Hui meeting of Tuesday the 16th, 2025. I want to acknowledge that it is Māori Language Week and the 50th anniversary of recognition of the unique place the Māori language has in our society. Let's help to elevate and celebrate it this week to help the language thrive. In terms of health and safety, if the alarm sounds, please make your way to the nearest emergency exit. The assembly point is down Devonport Road. Please be aware that this meeting is being live streamed and the video will be publicly available on YouTube. And members, please could you remember to speak clearly into your microphones and please make sure everyone's mobile phones are off. I will now ask the Deputy Mayor to open our hui with a karakia. Morning.
Kia ora mahei, Atamarie, tēnā koutou katoa, tūtaua mai runga, tūtaua mai raho, tūtaua mai roto, tūtaua mai waho. Kia tauau, te mori tū, te mori ora, ki te katoa, haumi e, hui e, tai ki e.
Kia ora, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for the opening karakia. I have an apology from Councillor Kurak. Is there any other apologies? No, it looks like we've got everyone else. I call for a mover and seconder to accept Councillor Kurak's. Deputy Mayor has moved and Councillor Morris has seconded. All those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you very much. For the public forum today, we have a very special presentation, and that is the gifting of a name for our new building. I welcome those in the audience that are here to watch the presentation. I'd like to invite Des Tata forward, along with Wai Piohana and Puraki Ihaka. So welcome and good morning. Councillor Rolleston will give you a welcome.
Pāpaki kawana na tai ki maua e whakanuku he, whakaneke he. Fuarere te hotu, awahina rua ki te wai, ki tai wiwi, ki tai wawa, ki te whaio, ki te amarama, ti hei mauri ora. Tō tai kānu te mi ki te matu te rangi, nā nei nā mea kātō, nō reira nā whakamoimiti, whakawhetai ki o tātou matu i te rangi. Tuarua e nā mate e haere nei, nō reira e nā mate haere. Ka huri anai nei ki te hunga ora a tēnā tātou. Tēnā tātou e honore ki te tū mō te koromātua, mō te kaunihera i tēnei ata, ki te mihi, ki te mana whenua. Anei, te kaunihera e mahi ana i roto i tēnei whare, hoi anō ko koutou te mana whenua o tēnei whenua. Nō reira he mihi kawana ki a koutou. He rā whakahirihira tēnei. Anei te kōrero o te koromātua mahei, te ingoa hau mō tēnei whare. He tino honora ki o mātou i tēnei ata. Nā te mea, Des, Puraki, Pari, Kurama, tēnei te mihi mahana ki a koutou. Nā i tamara waho, nā ti tapu, tēnei te mihi aroha ki a koutou. Mō tō tai mai nei, mō te mana o tēnei ata. Kaore he ro te kōrero, he honore ki te mihi ki a koutou. Hoi anō, tēnei te mihi mahana ki a koutou. Te kaunihera, nā kaimahi o te kaunihera kua tai mai nei, anei he rā whakeirera hoki. E hara I te ingoa mō te tepu anake, mō te kaunuhera katoa, mō te hapori katoa hoki. Nō reira, tēnei te mihi mahana ki a koutou. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Huri te rākau ki a koutou.
Tui a te rangi e tū nei, te papa e takoto nei. Tui e roto, tui e waho, tui e runga, tui e rarua. Tui a te here tangata karongo te pō karongo te a. Tui a te muka tangata I tā kia mai, e a waiki nui, a waiki roa, a waiki pā mamao, te hono ki wairua. Ki te whai a, ki te ao marama, a ka te hei maurira. Ai tū ake I runga te tīmatanga kōrero, ko te atua. A ko te atua, te kupu ko te atua rā, te kupu ko te atua tonu, te kupu mai te tīmatanga. Ki ai ngā kōrero koe a te tīmatanga me te whakaoti ngā mea katoa. Nā hoki ngā mea katoa I hanga, ana no I tango, ka whai Gloria, Haleluia, ki tōna I ngutanga. Kia huri atu rā, o ka whakaaro, ki te āriki nui, te kuini Māori, kia ngā wai, ono I te pō, koe ia, te āriki, o te kingitanga. Koe ia e tau wana, a I runga te ahura o tapu wana mātua, ona tūpuna. A koe anō hoki, a te pau herenga tangata, te pau herenga waka, me mihi atu ki ai. Ka huri atu anō hoki ki tōna pāpā, kia tū heitia, a wā koe he atu, te pō, kei te whakahaere tonu ngā mi kia ia, mō ana kōrero, I wai hotia, ara, ko tēnei mea, te whakakotahitanga. Nō reira, he te pāpā, te rangatira, moi mai, I runga, ngā ringa kaha, o te taha, o tō tātou kaihana. Ka hoki mai, pēnei, a I te kaupapa, kei mui a tātou I tēnei wātana. Ala ko te kaupapa, ki te whakiingoa, te tari, o te kaunihera, o te tauranga o mua. Kei a mātua anō hoki, ngai te marā waho, a tētahi ingoa, hai koha, ka koutou, ka te kaunihea. Ara, ko te ingoa, ko mārea nui, te ingoa, kei te tuku atu, ka koutou, te kaunihera, te moana o taurana. Wai hotia, ki tēnei, kia tēu, hoia kei te mōhio, ki te ahuatanga o tau ingoa. Nō rea, e whakairi atu ke te kōrero I tēnei wā I konei, mō tēnei, nō reira tēnā koutou. Kia ora.
Ka tātou, pia koe mi, bāwi, ngā mihi mō tō koutou whakaro. My duty today is to fill you in around the historical lifetime of that park site that we today carries that name. Marianui. Marianui was the pā at the end of Elizabeth Street on our right hand side, overlooking the harbour, looking across the Matapi, looking up towards Mangatapu and those areas, and then also the sight lines down towards the entrance. So it was a strategic place, and it would be fair to say that it was one of the earliest of pā that was built here, because in the history you can see an element of another people being here prior to us getting here. So that's Marianui, and Marianui means the multitude of people that comes from that place now, and the duty was used for back in those times. So that was the name gifted to this place. The reason being is it's only about 10 steps over to where it was, and so you can't get any closer than that in naming a place because of where it's sited. So thank you for the opportunity and for us to be here to talk about the name Marianui. And Marianui is the multitude of people, of anything for that matter. And that's where the old police station was. And we were just talking about that just quickly. We were just talking about that and saying among ourselves, back in the day when the police station was there, our old fellows got into a little bit of a scuffle. One of them comes from his line, and the other one comes from her line. So they got taken up to the police there, and then so they charged them. They charged them that they had to plant the rows of riwai. So that was their job. And once they had done that, they were free. So they went along and started to plant. But for every riwai that they planted, they cut it in half. So they cut it in half. Half went in for the police. The other half went in the bag, another bag. And that's how they did it. And they still had a good crop. And Ngāti Tapu and Ngai Tamarawaho had also a nice crop. Because they took their half and they took their half. So that's how it was. Kia ora tātou.
Yeah. Your whole place.
Oh, yeah.
Raki, good on you.
Kia ora no tātou, e tuake nei urungi te kaupapa o tēnei rā, e tuatahi kei te mihi atu ki a koe e te rangatira o ke whananga, taka whananga heami mō tō mihi whakatau ki a mātou. Nō reira, pai ana ngā kōrero o te whakapainga o te karakia o tēnei ingoa o te whare nei. Nō reira. Hello? Maybe if I lean forward. Hoi anō. Nā mihi nui ki a koutou rā, ngā mima o te kaunihira, e te rangatira mahei tēnā koe, te tumuaki rangatira Māti tēnā koe, ngā mima o te kaunihira tēnā koe. Tēnā koe e te tepere mea mō tō whakamoimiti ki te runga rawe i te ata nei. Pai ana, tino pai. Kia kaha, kia kaha, kia kaha. Nō reira kia koutou katoa tēnā koe. Tapu e te whananga no Ngāti Parau. Hoi anō kia koutou rā. Nā mihi mō tō tautoko kia mātou, kia tāmai nei ki te whakapai i tēnei whare. Nō reira ki te kapi i tēnei hui o te ata nei, inoi tātou. Let us pray. He hono re he karoria mangarunga ki te whenua. Whakaaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa. E tō mātou matanuitarangi ki a tapu tō ingo. E pai e whakawhitana mātou ki a koe mō tō manakitanga ki a mātou. Kua hui mai i tēnei ata i ngā take o te kaupapa o tēnei ata. Kia tau ki a tātou katoa. Te ata whai o tō tātou ariki a hukaraiti, me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhi ngā tahitanga ki te wairua tapu. Ake. Amen. Kia ora
Mare
tātou.
anu i te ingoa te whare nei e hi kātu a te hi runga.
Kia ora, and thank you very much to Des, Wee, Puraki and Buddy. It's an absolute honour to receive the gift of a name, Maria Nui, which is the new this building that we're in right now. So really appreciate you coming and bestowing that honour on the building and on the council. So kia ora. Right, well, a lovely start to the meeting. We will move on to getting into further business. The first is acceptance of late items. Is there any late items? No. Then we'll ask for confidential business to be transferred into the open. Is there any business to be transferred in the open? No. We will move on. Change in the order of business. I just want to acknowledge we'll break for Kai around 12:15. Just prior to that, we'll have a special guest with us. Confirmation of minutes. So minutes of the council meeting held on the 26th of August 2025. Is there any corrections to those minutes? If there's no corrections to the minutes, I ask for a mover and seconder that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 26th of August 2025 be confirmed as a true and correct record. Got a mover and seconder. Councillor Taylor, thank you. Councillor Morris, thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you. 7 is declarations of conflicts of interest. Just wondering if there's any conflicts of interest to be declared. If there's no conflicts of interest, if you are become aware of a conflict throughout the meeting, please alert me and we will note it. Deputations, presentations and petitions. We have none today. And recommendations from other committees, we also have none. Therefore, we will move into business, and our first item of business is 11.1, Te Manga site, council activities and Ngāpuaki relationship. I think we've got Spencer Webster, who's Chief Executive Officer of Ngāpuaki, Christine Jones, will also start, and will we have any others? Do you want to, Councillor Rolleston? Well, welcome to Spencer.
Tēnā koe anō. Hoi anō, ka mutu te whakatau ki te mana whenua. Hoi anō, ko tai mai hoki te tangata whenua o Tauranga Moana, nā Pōtiki. Nō reira, e te rangatira Spencer, nau mai, haere mai ki tēnei whare, nei te whare hau, te ingoa hau o tēnei whare, pai kiti ki a koe. Nā te mea, koti te whakatau, hoi anō, nau mai, haere mai ki te wiki o te reo Māori, te tihati o te kauni here te o councillor, anei, ake ki a kaha e. Nō reira, e te rangatira Spencer, pai kiti ki a koe, nō reira tēnā koe, tēnā tātou katoa.
Kia ora. Now I'll hand over to Christine and Spencer to talk to the report. Thank you.
Morena. I'll give a brief overview. I'll take it that you've read the report and then Spencer will speak. So this report really has two elements. One is around how we approach the entire site and the activities that have been happening over that site for many years and the relationship with Ngāpuaki. And the second is seeking some guidance, taking into account those issues around the work that we're about to, or that we have got underway, and we're reporting back to you in terms of the waste activities on the site. So there's these two sort of arms to this piece of, to this report that you're considering today. So in terms of the Te Manga site, and when I'm talking about that, I'm talking about the whole campus site, and you'll see in your report there's a plan that shows there are wastewater, there's stormwater, there is solid waste activities, there is recreation activities. So all of those activities is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the multi-activity site. It's a strategically significant site in a number of ways. It's strategically significant to council and the community in terms of the services that it's provide, and it's strategically and culturally significant and culturally sensitive from a tangata whenua, and particularly Ngāpuaki, and there are also 4 other iwi who have specific relationship with that land. So many of those activities on that site, they've been there for a long period of time. They generate undesirable impacts, so odour, noise, dust, high traffic volumes at times, and cumulatively they do have an environmental and cultural impact in terms of the surrounding communities, and particularly Ngāpuaki. Ngāpuaki have over many years raised their concerns around those activities and the effects, and their concern around a lack of partnership. So in the past we have predominantly, not always, but predominantly taken a piece-by-piece approach. So staff working in wastewater have worked with Ngāpuaki, staff working in stormwater have worked with them, and solid waste, and we acknowledge that we haven't always worked with them as much and to the extent that they would like, but I think the key point is it's been siloed, if you like, rather than us looking at it comprehensively as a whole site and a a complete relationship in terms of that site with Ngāpuaki, and that's really the key issue that we're bringing to you today about there is an opportunity to think of this more as a whole of site, whole of life issue in terms of the assets and the activities on those sites, and to work with Ngāpuaki in a more holistic manner. And the report recommends that we take that more holistic and integrated approach, and we start that process by working together on an MOU that relate to the site and the relationship. The second issue, as I referred to, is around the solid waste activities on that site. Several of those facilities and activities are end of life, and the facilities are not any more suitable for what we need to be doing in our solid waste activity. It doesn't align well enough with the objectives that we're trying to achieve in terms of waste minimisation and management and recycling and reuse. And it also is not fit for purpose if we're looking forward around our growing city and what we need to do. So we are taking stock of that situation and doing a comprehensive piece of work to go across our whole solid waste network, not just the Te Maunga site, but across our whole solid waste network. What should we be doing and where should we be investing, and what does the integrated waste facilities to service the needs of our community now, but also as our city grows, and to achieve the waste outcomes that we want to achieve, what does that look like? And so we're working on a program business case, and that's going to come to you in the new year. So that will deal with what infrastructure do we need and what will be delivered. And what we're seeking as we're starting to do that work is whether you wish to give us some guidance about, in principle, in terms of the Te Maunga site and that broader network, what your views are, and is there strategic preference, given the concerns that have been raised by Ngāpuaki, to, if we could do that, move some of those, particularly what's been described in the paper as offensive, and there is an attachment that goes through and tries to start to do the first cut of what might be offensive and why, but it's acknowledged that that would be a piece of work we would work with Ngāpuaki on. So do you want to give us some guidance as we go through our citywide waste planning on the role that that site could and should play, so that we can take that into account in our planning? So that's really the second question that we're asking about. What is your direction around that, so that we can take that into account? We still need to do the whole business case process. We do need to consider all the options, and we do need to consider pros and cons. But we're really saying, is there any strategic preference from your point of view? Because then that gives us a far better guide as we work through the work. And it's really, we're seeking to be clear that there's no undertakings that it would be able to be moved. But if we can understand your direction, then that does help us as we move forward. And that means too that we can more actively explore alternative options with a view that that site would have a different role and function in the waste network than what it currently does. So that's probably sort of at the holistic picture, the key points that I wanted to raise. I'll hand over to Spencer to talk about the cultural elements.
O tēnā tātou katoa, I roto i te wiki o te reo Māori. I've probably regaled you a few times now about the Ngāpuaki experience in public works, so I don't want to do it again. Suffice to say, though, I think our people for probably some 80, 90 odd years have been sort of bystanders while our lands have been acquired and used for the public infrastructure, particularly at Te Maunga, and they've borne a fairly heavy burden for carrying the public infrastructure on our whenua and having it right next door. And my sense of that history is at no time did anyone sit down and go, well, actually, look, is there a way we can do this where we actually talk to Ngāpuaki and see what they were able to do, and is there a way to properly structure this where the burden's not placed on one particular group. So, this is a desire of our people for, some decades now to be able to have a conversation about what happens at Te Maunga into the future. So in that regard, we are supportive of the second option that's in the paper, and I'm glad to be here to say that, and I acknowledge the work that Christine and her team and Marty have done to get us to this point, because I think it is a significant generational opportunity to create a new pathway, to be a leading light in terms of how these things can be managed. And that has a couple of benefits, in my view, among others. Firstly, it means we're able to address some of the past issues, or at least not repeat them into the future. Secondly, I think there's an overall community benefit because over those decades we have been in dispute with the council. Goodness knows how much money has been spent on lawyers and other expert costs and engagement costs and so forth. So, and I get also, my having reviewed that history, I feel like there's always been a generation that just kicks the can down the road to the next one. And, right, we've got 30-year consent, let's just leave it to them to deal with. What I'm always open to, and what the current generations of Ngā Pōtiki are trying to get to, is if we can have a clear plan forward on what ought to happen, and that's all agreed, then that reduces the likelihood for dispute and means that we can move forward in a more constructive manner. And that's why I think this has the potential to create a significant benefit for the council, for Ngā Pōtiki, and for the general community. So happy to support it. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Now I ask if we have any pātai or questions for either of our speakers. Councillor Schooler.
Kia ora. And so thank you for that, a bit of the background. And I guess if I read on page 23, clause 23, we have had a signed protocol agreement since 2017, and then in clause 25, council should now turn its mind. And Christine, you asked us for some strategic preference, and I acknowledge that our iwi and hapu have been very patient over time, but from 2017 to 2025, that's quite a long period of time. Have there been other requests like this that have come to council and been turned down, or is this just part of a process that takes an awful long time?
We do have a protocol. We have a protocol with most iwi and hapu, and that talks about how we're going to work together in the relationship in a broader sense. And we do a lot of work with Ngā Pōtiki in a number of areas, but it still has been, council's engagement has predominantly been in a piece-by-piece element for this multi-activity site. And we've relied on the broad protocol that relates to the entire rohi area of Ngā Pōtiki. So, that goes all the way down to Waiariki and beyond. This particular site has always been one that Ngā Pōtiki has been particularly concerned about because of the nature of activities on that site and the cultural sensitivity and importance of Rangatara Bay. And so what we're suggesting here is let's give it and our presence as a council is intense on the site as opposed to activities that councils are engaged with that relate to the broader rohi area, which predominantly is more about urban development rather than council activities predominantly, not always. So we're looking here, we're saying actually this is such a specific site and the needs are high, we should look at doing something that particularly relates to this site and have something more targeted rather than the broader general protocol that relates to how we work with tangata whenua and particularly Ngā Pōtiki on the rohi area. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, whether that's a fair...
Yeah, well, all I can really say is probably reiterate that, but the relationship agreement we have sets out a relationship example, what it doesn't deal with is specific issues, and it contemplated in the document that there'd be work done on these specific issues, and I guess, yeah, I mean, we are where we are, can't go back, so we can only move forward here. So yeah, it's been some time coming, but here we are.
Christine, just on page 21, paragraph 8, I just wanted a confirmation. There it talks about alternative sites will then be reported to council as part of a public drop-off infrastructure business case for the Eastern Corridor. I'm just confirming that that business case is actually around the whole of the city, not specifically the Eastern Corridor.
It is the whole of the city, but it's probably just trying to acknowledge that Tamanga would predominantly provide for the Eastern Corridor if we provided alternative city facilities elsewhere in the city, and so what would replace that in that corridor, which is also such a relevant, is in Ngā Pautiki Strohi area, so we would be working with Ngā Pautiki about what might be alternative locations so that the community is reasonably accessible to a drop-off site, but something that would not be culturally more acceptable than the current site. So yeah.
So is that, sorry, Spencer, is part of the issue with Tamanga is because of its proximity to Mangatawa and?
Yes, that plus the impact that all of those activities there have had on Rangataua. So the marine environment has suffered. I think it's the intensity of the activities there, but yeah, it has, I mean, it's right next door to most of our lands, and it has shaped the way we've had to use those lands, but it's just looking at, I guess this entering into these discussions enables us to have a conversation about the long-term future around what activities might be there or not be there, and if they're not there, where else do they go, and we can have that conversation as well.
So I'm just trying to understand if we were to move solid waste away from Tamanga, but it was somewhere else in Orohi, like, is that a better alternative, or is it that you don't want it at all? And
we're open to the conversation. Obviously, there's some issues that we'll have to deal with in an environmental sense and a community sense, but we're open to having the conversation. I think this is the important point of the option that's being put. Is we haven't really been a part of that conversation. This is the opportunity where we can talk about those future options. So Ngā Pautiki generally has an open mind. It's willing to consider what those other options are. Not to say we won't raise issues, but we're open to having the conversation at least to minimise the ongoing impact that happens at Te Maunga.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Schuler.
Thanks, guys, Morena. Thanks for appreciating that. Just a question from me. I suppose it's just around getting a bit of clarity and certainty. So looking at the recommendations F around agreeing in principle a strategic preference to transition offensive solid waste, further down that offensive is sort of further defined as culturally offensive. Understand clearly, and as Christine explained. And then in H it said notes that the definition of offensive solid waste will be informed by engagement with Ngā Pautiki. And so then we can go to, I think it's Appendix 4 where those are all discussed. So I appreciate that feedback on that. What has stopped that being done already so that we'd be actually looking at exactly what is deemed, offensive and not? Because it looks like you're 3/4 of the way there. We're sort of saying, yes, we'll agree. But then I'm just wondering why we haven't actually fleshed that out already if it's such a key, maybe to you, Spencer.
Well, I think it's what Christine said in her opening remarks, is that when it comes to us, it's usually on a reconsenting application. So we're dealing with it for one site, for one activity or two activities on that site, and then you go from that, then it's the next one. So what this proposal does is it lifts everything up so we can actually see the site as a whole, rather than when EnviroWaste comes for their consent, Waste Management does theirs, Pete's Takeaways, Goodwood, so on and so forth. So rather than us having to deal with it in one-off when they're going for a reconsent, which is actually more difficult to address in that way, this sort of, just lifts it up a bit more so we can kind of see the bigger picture and then come up with some options and deal with it that way.
think the other benefit is because you're lifting it up and you're looking at, then you're trying to say, well, if we were to relocate the most offensive, how could we package that up together and where could that go? Because that could potentially be a cluster that we then could manage in an environmental way, or are some of them just really, really difficult and actually some of them can't, but these ones can. So we can sort of look at a mix of options and how we could package that together in a way that might meet both of our needs. And if we can't meet all of the needs, which ones can we meet and where do we have a difference of view? That's fine as well. Then we could bring that to you and you can see those and the implications and make some choices. Much better to do that as a comprehensive package than these one-offs that then don't really make sense individually.
That's a great answer. And so I suppose also, but from Ngā Pōtaki's position, in terms of you'll be fairly clear on how you view those different activities because you've been through it on many occasions. So,
Yes, we definitely have views on them.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you. I see on paragraph 4 it says that the wastewater treatment plant and stormwater systems are functionally embedded, and then lower down on page 73 where it talks about the indicative offensive status. Naturally, the wonderfully named Pete's Takeaways is regarded as likely highly offensive, which I imagine you'd concur with, Spencer. So I guess the issue is, as it says there, that ideally located close to a wastewater treatment plant. So it sort of said that wastewater plant is a bit different to the solid waste because it's more functionally embedded. And yet this is perhaps one of the more contentious locations there. So, you know, do we have any early indications in terms of whether Pete's Takeaways can be part of the solution at a practical sense, or will it need to remain in terms of a potential relocation, or will it need to have a solution on site somewhere there by the wastewater plant?
Yeah, it's probably premature for me to express a view other than to say it is one of the highly offensive ones in our view, but quite what the remedies are for that, I'm not sure. I don't think we've got that far.
And today's resolution is if you give us that steer, then we go away and do further work. So, I mean, if your view is, no, we don't, you know, we're comfortable with these activities remaining on this site, then that's quite a different lens that we bring to our work than if you're saying, please actively go out and see, you know, put some significant effort into what you can do and come back with your best recommendations. That's really what we're looking for here, because there is a bit of resource to be spent in doing this work, which is fine, but it's important that it has elected member support and direction for us to do that, rather than us go away and just off our own bat.
Yeah, I guess that was the point of my question, was to, and maybe if I ask you, Christine, is, you know, can you clarify, I'm not familiar enough to know exactly what takes place there, in the sense that I've heard from colleagues that Pete's Takeaways uses both the wastewater plants. So can you just briefly describe the function that happens there? Because I'm very supportive of it not being located if it is offensive, but at the same time to spend a whole lot of resource if we already know the answer is probably also
not my
good.
area of expertise.
Yeah.
So I'll ask Wally to talk about wastewater.
Morena Tato. Your Pete's Takeaways provide quite a service across the city, and they have two sites. One is Malemi Street and the other is Tamonga. And the Tamonga site does have quite a few hazardous materials coming into that site, and it is basically a separation plant where they separate out some of the more offensive material, and that is taken away and disposed of in landfill, and then the liquor that remains is discharged into the treatment plant. And they have a trade waste permit for that, and we monitor the contaminants coming from that discharge into the Tamonga plant. The reason we say that it's convenient to have it closer to a wastewater treatment plant is that we have large flows coming in at that point in time, and you wouldn't want a highly reduced flow, and by reduced I mean it has no oxygen in it and it will consume oxygen. So if you put it up at the, let's say, the far end of the catchment, it would basically make some of the other sewage coming into it go sour. So having it close to a treatment plant for that type of activity is preferred. It's just a purely technical thing around the level of oxidation or reduction of that material.
Councillor Baker.
Hi, Mauri ora tātou, ngā mihi Spence. I think you've answered a lot of the questions I had in the thing around the business case, which is choice. My question / ask, if it isn't already considered to be included in the business case, is our environmental care plan as well, because granted that Ngā Pōtiki has an open mind to where waste goes and what does. No one really ideally doesn't want that service in their backyard, but it's a necessity for our city, right? So it's important that we balance that impact with the care for the environment. So it'll be really helpful for us, I think, in understanding the costs associated to that care plan too, so we're reciprocating that impact.
And we take guidance from the 5 community outcomes, and one of those community outcomes is about the environment, so that should filter through all of our work in our business case. So absolutely, yep.
Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, a technical part, we might need Wally back. So I know we've got some septic tanks we use in Tauranga City where we're waiting to resolve those, but my understanding would be that mostly in Tauranga we don't use septic tanks, as most of the Pete's takeaway is actually coming from Western Bay.
Correct. So it would only be properties that sit in our rural zones. Most of our rural residential is reticulated, so it would be our rural zone. So parts of Matapihi, for example, parts of Matapihi are reticulated, parts are not. So there are some, but other than that, predominantly, yes, they're reticulated.
So I just wonder if we think about that resolving the Matapihi and the marae issues rather than trying to find a solution in Tauranga for Pete's takeaways. And that's like a real question. Are we making sure that we can't solve it better by fixing that problem?
I think too, Wally will know, but I think it's not just septic tanks. I think some industrial waste is taken away by, so some of the industrial activity in Tauranga area has waste that is picked up by Pete's takeaways and taken to that, what he's nodding, so it's not just wastewater and septic tanks, it's broader.
Right, is there any further discussion? Oh, Wally, or
Thank you. I guess just to provide a little bit of context, there's a lot of industry in this town, and a lot of it's key industry. And we've got fruit processing plants, Tara Foods, the port, Bakels, all of those food processing places that we have, the ones manufacturing soft drinks, they all rely on Pete's takeaways to take away some of that material, and it's quite concentrated is the way I'd use the word. Some of it, if it was very, very diluted, could go straight into the sewer system, but it can't. It needs to be separated out and have some form of pre-treatment before it is discharged into the wastewater system. So Pete's takeaways provide quite a essential service, if you like, to the wider commercial base that Tauranga has. And when I said it's useful to have it close to the treatment plant, it doesn't have to be right next door, but it has to be, you know, on a trunk main, if you like. I wouldn't want it up the far end of Tauriko, for example, where we have, you know, very minor flows. That was so that's the context behind some of those comments.
So, sorry, Wally, just from a technical perspective, so they're effectively, have they got holding tanks or something that they basically put it into to dilute it or to treat it to a point where it can go into the wastewater system?
Indeed they have, yes. There's a series of tanks that passes through, and different types of waste go into different types of tanks, and so they can separate out the solid materials, and yeah, it is coarse physical separation of material, yeah.
So that's an essential service. They can't come and just put it straight into our wastewater treatment plant, for example?
If it went straight into our wastewater treatment plant, it would be overloaded.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone, for answering questions. And I think we've got a resolution. There's a couple of amendments. I'm happy to move with the slight amendments, and I can discuss those, the reasoning behind those if we. So is there a seconder? Councillor Morris. Thank you. So, look, I think overall I very much support the direction of this, and I think having an overall relationship with Ngāpuaki and dealing with this from a site-wide perspective is a very positive thing, and as we've heard from Spencer, going for every individual consent when you're not looking at it from a wider area, and you can have that agreement, I think is not best practice. So very supportive of where this at. The reason that I've moved to take out F and parts of G1 relates to while there may be a strategic preference from the council, we don't have the information at the moment to make a decision that we should absolutely move away from that, and I don't want to set an expectation. Obviously, if we've got good alternative options, then I think it's up to the council, and the councillors around this table, to decide what weighting we give to those options, and listening to both the report from Ngāpuaki as well as the agreement. What I don't want is for a staff interpretation of how we want to weight these options. So that's very much what I want is see the options, and then we can make a decision on the information rather than potentially now saying this is what we're doing and don't have the information to back that up. So that's very much I guess the rationale for removing those. But if we are going to stay in on that Tamanga site because there isn't a good option elsewhere, then I think it's very clear, the sort of level of being a very world-class facility that Ngāpuaki have said they want, and I think that can certainly be taken into account. That obviously would come with quite a significant cost, which may mean that other options potentially are a better option, both financially and from an outcome for Ngāpuaki. So very much support the overall direction of this, and especially that partnership, but I don't believe we've got the information right now that says that we can absolutely say we're moving the solid waste, but that is certainly, we've heard the discussion, we've heard the understanding, and if there is options presented that allow us to do that, then that will certainly be taken into account as we make those decisions. Councillor Morris.
Tēnā koe te mea, kia ora e hoa mā, ko ingoa te whare Māria Nui, and tēnā koe e te rangatira o Ngāpuaki. Good morning everyone, and we've just had the name of this building just dropped, Māria Nui, and also want to acknowledge Ngāpuaki here today too. In terms of the site, I think it's important that we have a comprehensive relationship with Ngāpuaki around the future of the entire site. There are elements there in which hundreds of millions of dollars have been invested over time, in which it's extremely difficult to do anything, which those things are rather baked in. But when we're talking about the transfer station in particular, I think we've got to seriously look at the cumulative effects on that site, where you have this city's biggest wastewater treatment plant, you've got the transfer station, even you look at some of the effects of Bay Park and the closed tip down Tip Lane as well. I think we do need to be cognizant of those cumulative effects on Ngāpuaki and the wider community there as well. It's not uncommon to receive complaints from people in Sunrise about smell, And that's not just about the wastewater treatment plant, that's about the transfer station as well when the wind is blowing in a particular direction. Support the Mayor's comments. We've got to ensure that we make an informed decision on this, so we don't want to put the night cart before the horse on this. We need to know what sort of cost we're looking at if we do choose to transfer the transfer station to another location. We need to look at that, and then we need to weigh that up with the other elements, the cultural elements, and those cumulative effects of the site. My one piece of guidance to the table would be around if at the end of things we do choose to relocate, that location needs to be away from residential houses. It just needs to be. We're a growing city, and that needs to be way the heck away from Papamoa. It needs to be away from Welcome Bay. It needs to be away from Bethlehem. It just needs to be. So we need to learn from the mistakes of the past. Our city has grown up around Te Maunga, and of course Mangatawa was there long before, but we just can't do that, folks. And also when we're giving consideration as to whether the transfer station remains on that site or moves elsewhere, that thing's got to be enclosed. It's got to be the latest in design for these sorts of things. We owe it to our community. Tēnā koe, everyone.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Morning, everybody. Definitely agree with everything that Councillor Morris has just indicated. I would also reiterate the concentration of bad things on one site. I think we've seen that with the Mount Eyre problems that we're having in the industrial area at the Mount. That's affecting our wider community, it's affecting the marae. These are things we should be mindful of, and I'm very supportive of this initiative because I think taking a longer term view of the world is probably something that is very useful when we're making these decisions which affect our infrastructure going forward, and I think Spencer alluded to generational change, and we need to do something in our generation to make some of these things right. We've probably allowed them to continue, and I think this is an initiative that will allow us to actually, when we can, make changes for the better. I definitely agree with what Councillor Morris also indicated about if we do relocate, where is that? And that's probably the difficult thing here. Our boundaries are very constricted. We have very little room to manoeuvre. So any new site, I think, has to rely perhaps on technology more than a site. Is it the technology we can get that improves the processing, that actually allows these contaminants to be contained, perhaps, is where we should be looking, because I think that's probably the future for us.
Yep. Councillor Roseboom.
Thanks, Mayor. No, I'm actually not in support of these current recommendations. I actually support option one for a lot of reasons. Reason one is the timing of this, given the fact that everything council does comes at a cost, whether it's staff time, infrastructure cost, but there's a cost involved to that. And we're having a national debate through our current local elections around rates capping, so monitoring our costs. We've got a report here that's asking us to look at moving infrastructure, and there's no cost associated with that. I understand from the conversations already had, there's already a business case underway, and we've got some indication of the cost involved in that business case to move something. We didn't approve the start of this. It's a discussion that's ongoing. So we've already committed to spending money. We've just completed an annual plan to put in place a budget. I didn't see this line item in that budget, and we're preparing for the next annual plan budget 26-27, and everything we do between now and then impacts on that. Are we locking in costs to our next annual plan by agreeing to this? Also, we've got before us the local Waters Done Well, our water services organisation. What's the impact of this agreement going to have on the new waters organisation if we get there? And we're currently in Wellington sending us some pretty strong signals around sticking to our core services. Does this fall under that heading? And with the new bill that's before Parliament right now, the Local Government Systems Improvement Amendment Bill, which is basically telling us, all local authorities, to stick within providing the core services in order to keep rates down. So not understanding some of the phrases and wording in these recommendations, I cannot support the current recommendations. Thank you.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I'm happy to support this. I think for me, my understanding is that we had gone through a process of approving some work to be done in this area, and so I'm sort of comfortable that we take a broad approach, and I think it's a really good goal to have, to try to actually not discharge so much waste into that area. So to me, that's sort of where I'm starting off from. I do think we're going to have challenges. I think the report is explicit, saying about some of those facilities being there and very expensive to move, and so focusing on solid waste seems the smart move. I guess I'm always concerned about in this area is the time frames, and it is going to be a bit of a long haul. So I'm keen to sort of get clarity as soon as possible without it all rushing the process. But in the meantime, I do want to, slightly out of scope, but in a sense right on scope, is to try to see what we can do. And I think Marty's going to guess what I'm going to say next with Maleme Street, because we do have some short-term gains to be made. And whilst car exhausts and truck exhausts are not the only issue we're dealing with, and that Ngā Pōtiki in particular are dealing with, they are part of the equation. And we saw from what came through in regards to Maleme Street that its runoff from vehicles is the critical component of what's going on there. If we can actually get a solution in place in the short term to reopen Maleme Street to the public, particularly for green waste, which is a demand, that will take some of the pressure off, albeit it doesn't address the big issues, but it's still some tangible progress, and we can kind of say we've managed to do something in our term, hopefully early in our term, Marty. So that's my sort of challenge, is if we can actually keep our eye on the big picture and at the same time get a couple of wins in terms of Maleme Street, in terms of some short-term gains for our public.
Councillor Rolleston.
Kia ora mahi. Thank you again, Spencer. I'm supportive of this resolution. Look, I think 8 of us were at Wharero last week, and when you start looking at Wharero and Te Maunga, and yes, there are other parts of Tauranga Moana, but those have been severely hit at all levels. And so I take on board what's been presented here today, because it's looking at doing things differently. Because I think what we heard at Wharero was we keep doing things, whatever the issue is of the day. We need to look at the whole package here, and so I support this, looking at it in a comprehensive level. This is not saying therefore we'll do A, B and C. This is the way of working together in partnership, in true partnership. And there's a reality that goes on, that that there's the cost that goes with this, and there's the impact of where else it might go. But we need to do this in a different way. And I heard around, I think it was Spencer, around kicking the can down the road. We keep kicking these cans down the road and expect different results. And if we don't try something different, and this is a genuine attempt to work in partnership with Ngā Pōtiki, I take on board Councillor Roseboom's kōrero around how we might do this. But I do also here stick to our core services. What the irony is, most of those things that are happening at Te Maunga are core services, rubbish and sewage. And I guess I also will sort of close my kōrero by saying when you probably dream, or probably dream's probably not the right word, but conceptualise some of the worst things that could be in your neighbourhood, I think you'd probably say a dump and sewage. Probably they're the two. So we need to think about this in another way, and I'm very strongly in supportive of this this kaupapa, and supportive of the way that the team are looking at it in a different way. So I'm very supportive of this tēnā koe.
Deputy Mayor Schooler.
Morena anō. I think I'm also very supportive. I think it was lovely to see Napotiki here with TCC staff and in agreement with what is being presented. I just want to suggest that we do, when we look at this, we do look at things like fixing how many sewage tanks we've still got in Tauranga. I wasn't aware of the industrial waste that comes in, so just a little bit of information on how many we are managing within that from an industrial perspective and how that impacts their resource consents. And I just want to also just be aware of where this is, if it's again something when we talk about amalgamation with our neighbours, Western Bay, we need to talk about these as potentially as shared services. So I just want, I think, a bit further than Councillor Rolleston just saying, let's actually take this opportunity to look as widely as we can and bring in where the waste, where green waste goes, just so that we are taking into account this for the longer term.
Is that all the discussion? Thank you. Just want to just sum up to just address some of the discussion we've had. Obviously, Councillor Crowther, I think making a decision about opening Malemi Street is a little bit early. I would expect that would come as part of the business case, and once we have that information, we can certainly look at that. And in response to Councillor Roseboom's discussion, I think the issue here is, this is a site that needs significant upgrade. There's a lot of money in the LTP for exactly that reason around upgrade. So this is the time that if there is an option to move, that you would look at it, and any investment is then done on looking at all your options. And as I said, maybe the best option is to stay at this site, but let's make an informed decision after we've weighed up those options and we make a conscious decision that if that is the case, this is the site, taking into account all that we've heard. But I think that partnership is certainly worthwhile, and I think that's why we're not talking about, for example, moving our wastewater right now, because there's been significant investment. It's a very hard thing to do. We don't have a plan right now to be saying we're moving our wastewater, but we potentially do have an option to move the rubbish component, because we do have a lot of money to spend at that site. We might find that there's a better value for money option elsewhere, but I think taking out some of these parts is saying it's absolutely our intention to look at those options, but we're not making a decision today to say we're definitely moving that off. And I think that's a better approach than promising something that we may not be able to deliver. So now everyone's had discussion. Happy to put this to the vote. It's a very long resolution. Can we just maybe see all of it? Everyone an opportunity. All right. I'm now.
Sorry, through the Mayor. Just given that you've struck out those bits, just checking that you're still comfortable with H3, because that resolution does refer to strategic direction. So just checking whether you're comfortable with that staying in, or is it a logical flow from what you've already removed from the recommendations? Your call.
I think we could maybe take out this direction. Yeah. Thanks. Just strategic, yeah. Councillor Morris, are you happy with that? Yeah. All right, that's now I'm happy to put that to the council. All those in favour? Those against? Yep, Councillor Roseboom. That is carried. Thank you for that. What we might do is just take a very quick break, and we'll be back at 10:45 sharp, and we'll get into Memorial Park Aquatic Centre update. All right. Right, welcome back, everybody. We are now moving on to 11.2, Memorial Park Aquatic Centre update. This is on page 75 of the agenda. Are we going to... yeah, we've got Alison, Mike and Sam to talk to us. So let's hand over to you, Alison.
Morena. In November 24, Council resolved to pause the Memorial Park Aquatic Centre project to allow for a reassessment of scope, cost and potential alternative locations within the park. The purpose of this report is to bring back the findings from the prelim geotech investigations undertaken at the site of the existing memorial pool, so as to inform Council's decision on whether to progress the aquatic centre at this new location. The prelim results confirm that the ground conditions at the existing pool site are no more challenging than those at the previously proposed QEYC site, and similar foundations would need to be implemented. Moving the aquatic centre to this alternative location allows for the retention of the Queen Elizabeth Youth Centre and the Memorial Hall, which will preserve valuable indoor court space and provide broader benefits to the city's sport and recreation network. The facilities can remain in use until earthquake strengthening is required in 2041. To fully understand the geotech requirements, a clear building footprint and indicative design are now needed. As such, this report seeks Council's approval to progress the concept design at the new location. So we're proposing a staged process, starting with a revised concept design relevant to the new site, and then further checkpoints for Council approval, which would be prior to moving to the prelim design stage, and again prior to transition to a design and build contract. The future decisions will be informed by a clear scope through the concept design process, refined cost estimates, risk assessments and design development. The report also seeks approval to engage Apollo Projects to undertake the concept design work. Apollo's got a strong reputation in the sector for delivering successful aquatic centres on time and within budget, and with their extensive knowledge of the current project, their continued involvement will ensure continuity and cost efficiency. The concept design phase, estimated by Apollo to be $50,000, will leverage existing work and avoid the cost and delay of onboarding a new contractor. It's proposed that the concept design will be based on the same overall water space as the current design, with a focus on functionality, value for money and positive community outcomes. To guide the next phase, the report also recommends establishing a project steering group, including elected members to work alongside the project team and Apollo Projects. Thank you.
Is there any questions? Councillor Morris, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I just refer to page 95, and there's a figure there, figure 8, potential development options. Just so I've got a very high-level idea of approving the further work that we're doing today. What sort of very high-level figures would be looking at for a design like that on the site? Page 95, Councillor Schuller.
Sorry, are you meaning cost of the design or cost of the building?
The building. Very high level, I'm not going to hold you to it, but I just need some sort of idea of the work that we're... yeah.
Sorry, I'm not sure exactly what the figure is.
Your layout plan.
The layout plan. So look, that layout plan was based on essentially the same layout and proposal that was on the QEYC site, and yeah, so the value is effectively the same as what was on the QEYC site.
But that's one excluding the water slides and the outdoor pool, isn't it? That looks significantly.
So the range of, I guess, values was between 80 to 100. Last time the 80 was excluding the outdoor and hydroslides, the 100 was including all of that, so that's where the range comes from.
Can reduce 4 million for the demolition too, so. Councillor Taylor.
Just a quick question on page 77 and 78. We talk about options 1 and 2. The very first thing we talk about there is likely to be most geotechnically advantageous part of the site. Reading the geotech report on the alternative site, it says they're basically equivalent, so just checking. Where does that likely to be better come from?
I think that comment was actually originated before the additional geotech work had been done. So the additional geotech work that's now been done on the alternate site has proven that the new site is just as good as the previous site.
And given the comments and part of the report about traffic and parking, essentially it's a better site.
Certainly there's some advantages from a traffic and parking perspective.
Thank you.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, on paragraph 5 it says the site will require similar foundation design, and then on paragraph 21, when it looks at removing the QEYC option, it talks about key advantages likely to be most geotechnically advantageous part of the site. And I don't know if I'm missing something, because I mean it never sort of says that it's going to be good anywhere. So I mean it might be that everything's bad, but it doesn't say that. So if you have any feedback on that, that's one question. But more importantly, is this correct that the QEYC option is more geotechnically advantageous, or is the other information really the more accurate version, that it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other?
Apologies, it's because the advantages and key disadvantages table is being pulled across from a previous report, so it hasn't been updated since we've done the geotech. So that's the response to that bit, and then if Sam could clarify further on the geotech comparisons.
Yeah, so certainly the comparisons we've done is that the geotech is just as good as, if not better, on the new site. So different complexities, but overall from a building perspective and the ability to develop that site, exactly the same solution can be applied.
But in terms of sort of indicative, is it a bad site? Is it an okay site, or is it a really good site? I'm sure it's not a really good site.
A really good site would be, solid gravel up to ground level, and you're building at ground level. This site we're piling is the proposed solution at this stage. Every single aquatic centre that we've been involved with has had some level of ground improvement required, just because of the exacting nature of pools and those facilities, the levels and all those sorts of things.
So without putting words into your mouth, which I probably will, it's sort of okay. It's
okay.
Not a bad site, yeah. And the other question I had was the gym. Where are we at with that, given, like, I understand the logic which was discussed in, I think it was in November, maybe at our meeting then, and that it is the more financially lucrative part of the whole process. But I also recall pointing out then that we didn't have all the OPEX included in that analysis, with depreciation and other interest costs, etc. So the question is, what are we looking to do, given that the private sector typically can produce a gym a bit more cost effectively than the square meterage cost for what we were going to do? And I'm not saying there's not advantages, but how are we approaching this, given we're wanting value for money, and given we're wanting to sort of target the key aquatic facility there?
So the thinking around the need for the fitness centre is still there, and at this stage it's within the realms of what would go forward into the new concept design. But I think it's really important to note that as we're going through this process, obviously value for money is really one of the key focus points, and it's also around ensuring that we maximise the user experience and that we get the appropriate spaces to maximise revenue and reduce the ongoing cost to the ratepayer. And the fitness centre does pay, it does help a lot towards that, because it's shown from other facilities and exactly what's happening at Baywave, as far as it does offset the overall cost. On saying that, we also need to look at the upfront capital cost of supplying that fitness centre alongside the building, and how that in turn comes back through return on investment over the longer period of the building. So there is a little bit of a balance there. But as we move through the design, we are going to need to review the business case and take all these things into account and make sure that what we're building up front is going to get us the best outcome in the long run.
Just back to the site, because I do notice talking around the levels, etc. So there's potentially quite a lot of fill. I'm just interested in what that adds to both the cost and complexity of doing it, if you've got to put in a whole lot of fill to bring that ground level up.
Well, the good thing with the pool is we've actually got to dig down quite a lot to actually build the pool tanks anyway, so we'd naturally have to build up. The levels are slightly lower than what it is at the QEYC site, but not much different in terms of the ground level. So obviously the QEYC building as it sits is raised up out of the ground, and that was the proposal for the previous iteration on that side as well. So very similar in that respect. The foundation solution is basically meaning we're not going to rely on the ground that's there because it's a poled solution anyway. So bringing in fill and that sort of thing is more of a material cost in terms of, you know, bulk earthworks and bulk fill. But again, we haven't done the numbers in terms of the actual volumes, but pretty similar across the sites is our assessment today.
The other question I have, and probably more a comment, is around especially paragraph 36. This is pretty disappointing in the way that this has been reported. So what it says as at the 30th of June 2025 that Memorial Park Aquatic Centre, there's been 4.767 spent, that's million, spent on this facility, and the 1.6 of OPEX with 3.1 of CAPEX. Now, when we got the reports last year at October, it was the total cost incurred was 2.65 million, and there was never any mention that the total at that time would have been around about 4.2 million. So I think this is just from a going forward, we need to understand the actual quantum of these things, because this looks like we've spent $2.2 million over the past 9 months, which is actually not correct. And so that's really just a reporting, and when we talk about robust financial analysis, you know, this does not meet that criteria because it was under-reporting last year, and now we're suddenly surprised around actually how much has been invested into something that at this stage isn't going ahead. So I have two questions. The first, from that 2.65 to the 3.117 that we've now incurred, I've seen a spreadsheet, but was that predominantly for work done prior to the pause, noting that I think this was first paused in about September?
Yeah, I can answer that. So we did quite a lot of work with the Apollo team in the preparation of the 3 different options. And so that bill was received after the council resolution, and then we had another late bill from Becker Consultants, which was for work done during the preliminary design process, which we had to pay because they had completed the work, and so those were the 2 main costs which attributed to the difference. So
just to confirm, all that the costs, which is 464,000, that obviously you've just said, and I understand Apollo were involved after that as well.
Yeah.
But outside of that, all that other work had already been done by the time we first paused that project.
Yes, it did.
Okay. And then secondly, my second question is, obviously we've got to a fairly well detailed design phase. So how much of that work can be transferred and then, I guess, saved or used within the new site?
Sorry.
You can.
I can respond at a high level. So ultimately we're hoping as much as possible, but we also need to make sure that we've really agreed and refined that scope. But things such as the foundation design, the types of pools, the filtration and the overall water space and things will carry through.
So we've got about $2 million on engineering. So we think that majority of that is likely to.
Yeah, it depends a little bit in terms of what the new facility looks like, in terms of shape and form and number of pools and all of that sort of thing. I guess what we have taken out of that is all the things we don't want to do again, and all of the development and value engineering that's gone on has put us in a better position to start on the right foot from day one. So a lot of that cost has been value in terms of trying to generate that information. But yeah, it really does depend on what the solution looks like. Is it a two-storey gym facility? Is it single storey? That will change how much of that existing information can be used. But as Alison said, a lot of that work done around pool tanks and energy, foundation systems, all of that is really valuable stuff that we'll take forward into the new design.
Cool. All right, thank you. My second question, just on our recommendations, going to third question. Going to concept design, I just want to ensure that we're, obviously looking to engage Apollo on that, but we're effectively at that point where we're limiting that to the end of concept design, and we've got those off ramps. We're not committing at this point to them delivering the full project by agreeing to this today.
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you. Yep, Councillor Baker.
Kia ora, one question from me. Thank you guys, some really helpful answers. So of that 4.7, how much have we as elected members costed the city as a result of the delay? Has that been quantified at all?
No, it is, we've spent, or the council has committed to 4.7 million. If through the next design process, we can reuse a lot of the findings and the research and investigation work, then we shouldn't have cost any more to the project. So by stopping the project in October, we haven't added any more expense to it. But there is a lot of the information we already have which we can potentially use.
Kia ora. So a couple of questions in regard to the correction on the report and the 4.7 million, which probably should also be a correction. So from a process patai, this report, we don't minute our conversation, but this report becomes part of the minutes of this meeting. So it's quite the geotechnical advice and the decision we are being asked to make we're relying on information that actually isn't quite correct in here. So are we able to correct in the pros and cons for the options? Are we able to correct that report before it becomes a minuted part of this meeting? Because we don't want to find later somebody goes back and says, yeah, well, you saw that it was a disadvantage, but actually it's an advantage. So how do we correct the information that council has provided if it's not correct?
So through the Mayor, so you can't change a report that's already on an agenda, but you could make some specific notes that you would like to have recorded in the minutes, and you'll also recall that you had an agreement amongst yourselves, and we haven't put it yet into standing orders, but if anything was different from a staff recommendation or any, which I think extends to any concerns in the report, that you would note the reasons why you were taking a different action, or in this case, I think you're making a decision, you have noted that the information has been clarified at the meeting and these are the factual points. I think that would be the way, because it's a completed report, it's on the published agenda, so you can't change that, and I think you could specifically ask for some key points to be noted in the minutes. Then anybody who picks up both documents will see that track record without having to go and watch the recording, which is really not part of the formal records of council.
Thank you, Christine. So I would definitely like to note that the report from TCC staff, I'd like to put the corrections in there, which we've had, and I think that's fine from a pros and cons. But I'd also like, I'm not happy with the explanation on the 4.7 million. Marty, we did have a working group meeting yesterday, and you talked about the purchase order system, and this is a process that we need to be getting better. But if 2.7 million is reported to us in October and suddenly it's 4.7 million and it was just because some invoices weren't counted, how are you from a process perspective going to stop that happening? Because that's quite big numbers. 2 million is quite a lot of money that we are, it's not even recognised in the report that it was incorrect or that we were reported separately. So from a process perspective at your level, what's happening now that will stop this happening again, please?
Thank you for the question. Firstly, I'm going to go back and have a look at those reports that were furnished in October, and then potentially have a look at the meeting to see what the discussion was and whether or not that 1.6 was alluded to, and also whether there were any outstanding invoices that were alluded to as well. So that's the first thing I'll do.
So that's an action?
It'll be my action.
Thank you. Right.
And then we'll have a conversation about what it is that we did or didn't do at that point, and try and make sure that we rectify it through some sort of process. I mean, when we report costs of a project to date, we should also anticipate expense to date that may not well have been invoiced, and at that point in time we should, as a matter of course, report that. So first thing I'll do is I'll go back and have a look, and I'm quite happy to report back to you on that.
Thank you. So with that action, you've recorded that one? Thank you.
Councillor Schuller.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the report, everyone. Just quickly to, just under the recommendation C that's there, and just providing for lane swimming, aquatic sports, learn to swim, hydrotherapy and play with a similar overall amount. So you outlined that. So that is consistent, obviously, with exactly the same as previous, with the fundamental principles of a community water recreation facility, and that should inform very similar to what we've done in the past. There's no changes there in terms of the scope.
Yep, so it's based on our levels of service that we know that we need for water space, and how we can get the right balance between that learn to swim right through to competitive training.
Councillor Roseboom.
Thank you, Mayor. Mine's just trying to connect the two reports. So going back to that slideshow we had last October, we had the 3 different options. So on that report, there was the preliminary design back in October, option 2, which was just an enclosed building with an approximate guess cost, does that shape, which is approximately 83 metres by 51 metres, does that fit exactly over the lovely blue shaded portion of this current report on page 12 or page 95 of our agenda? Is that approximately, just so we can just translate one to the other?
For scale, yeah, it's effectively the same footprint that's been transferred across. Obviously, we haven't necessarily transferred across things like hydroslides and outdoor pools.
I know, I realise all that, but
naturally understand where they might go. So yes, for scale, yes.
Excellent, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, if there's no other questions, thank you very much for your time. There's some suggested recommendations. Again, a couple of small changes recommended.
A question on the D1. Are we already confirming the external parties in the steering group, or should we be considering those along with who the elected members might be and staff might be?
Yeah, I agree. It should be everyone. We should look to develop that.
Yeah, establish a project comprising elected members and then just take the next bit out. Oh yeah, and their project team to develop the scope from the ground up. Yeah. Oh, no, just and Apollo projects, I think. Sorry, I just don't think we should be determining who the externals are. And should we also
not the project, so take the project team out and Apollo project.
Sorry, my mistake, yeah. And did we also want to add to there to develop the scope from the ground up and the consultation process or the engagement process? Because we were aware that there are other parties in that space that we need to be consulting with or talking to. Do we want to add that in? Rod, Councillor Taylor, that was a request of yours.
Question: how do the changes to proposed D1 affect proposed resolution E? That was the deletion of the name party.
That's the design.
Yep. We happy with that?
Sorry. Just a bit of wordsmithing. Should that word comprising be included? Including? Comprising sounds like it's just elected members.
Including, yeah. Right, if we're happy with those changes, have I got a mover and seconder? Councillor Taylor, move. I'm happy to second. Councillor Taylor, would you like to discuss?
Not a lot to say on this. I think it's a great result. We've looked at something in a different way, and I think we're going to end up with a bonus, and that we're going to end up with 2 buildings that are available for use for 16 years, which otherwise we wouldn't have had. I'd also acknowledge a couple of the operators in the park, that this opens up an opportunity where perhaps they don't have to change their operating model either. So in the consultation process, I think both the model railway and the mini golf will be happy to see this change.
I'll reserve my right to speak. Is there anyone else who wants to talk on this? Councillor Roseboom.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Crowther. No, definitely supportive of this, definitely supportive of the process we've gone through. Very keen to ensure that the model railway and the mini putt stays. We work with them to develop a solution that involves. We've discussed the pool this morning, but we haven't discussed the addition of parking, so that's going to be another discussion for the working group, whatever we're calling it, steering group, to where we're going to put all the customers for our pool and other services. But that's an option. But no, definitely support this recommendation.
Councillor Crowther.
Yep, I'm very happy to support the recommendation. I think staff have done a great job in sort of doing a bit of a reset around the project. And I think, I guess, looking at the Local Government Act and needing elected members to have options, I sort of see it where we could have, based on sort of a similar concept design, that we end up with that, range of sort of all the bells and whistles in a fitness centre, whether we just have more of a core aquatics option, and then another option which is maybe not having quite so much water space and allows us to do more in some of the other suburban developments. And I think we can't really pretend this isn't connected to the rest of the capital program, because there was a plan for the site, and that's a given. And we have reduced the cost of that if we do go ahead with the full-blown plan. But particularly based on feedback from the community in the aquatic centre, I think there is a prioritisation there with getting this 50-metre pool in the Mount. We're needing to put some money into Otamotai, and we're needing a pool in Papamoa East and so forth. So I see that as, the clearer we can get on what the scope needs to be, the more cost effectively we can progress this. And I think that the steering group is a great idea. I do want to acknowledge someone who's been a bit critical of council and critical of me recently, Susie Edmonds from the Save the Otamotai Pool group. And I will comment that she stated on behalf of the stock group in 2024 that the group had a reliable source that indicated that the current pool location was just as good or bad as the QEYC site. And the stock group also in 2024 was saying that the Queen Elizabeth Youth Centre and Memorial Hall could be used for many more years and didn't need to be pulled down. Now, we've already agreed to retain QEYC and Memorial Hall. I think that's a fantastic outcome. And the wording here is that the site will require similar foundation design as was required for a Memorial QEYC site. So I'd like to acknowledge I'll say the rest of the stock group. I don't want to include myself in it, seeing I was involved for a part of the time, for being brave enough to keep sticking to their view last year, despite being, to be blunt, flatly contradicted by staff and TCC and Bay Venues, and being told by a commissioner that the group was wrong. And I really want to make a point that we can learn a positive lesson from this. And we've talked about being humble at the council, and I think this is a really good example that we have people who are critics of the council, and they sometimes come across a little bit, in my mind, a little bit hardcore and overly critical. But in this case, they were spot on, and they called this council to account and said, we don't believe you're right. We have independent sources which are telling us that. You know how it works in Tauranga. You can't always name those people. They do work for council. They do work for other entities that are linked to council. So there has to be some degree of confidentiality in some of these discussions. And I'd just like to acknowledge that sometimes our community does know more than we know. And in this case, it seems likely that we'll save tens of millions of dollars to deliver a really great outcome. So rather than feeling bad about it or defensive, I think we should embrace that and say, let's learn from that. And we should try to be as positive as we can be when people come and critique us, and look at whether maybe, just maybe sometimes, they do know what they're talking about.
Any other discussion? Councillor Schuler, and then we'll go to Deputy Mayor Schooler.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, in support of this, also just noting that by making this choice, if we go option 3, that we are acknowledging the continued operational requirements at the current QE2. I think that's important. That's part of our decision, and we're well aware of it.
Deputy Mayor.
Kia ora mahe, and I just want to reiterate how important the financials of this will be, and let's make sure we have better discipline in terms of how we do report the financials of this. It's a very important project for the community. I very much support going ahead with this. I think it's terrific that we've been able to keep a sports facility for another X number of years, and that we did look at the alternatives, and so I'm supportive of going ahead and supportive of the way we do it. I just think we need to be very careful when we talk robust financial analysis. We do mean robust, and we're going to have that requirement the whole way through the project, please.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, team, and thank you for the report. I asked myself this morning and last week when I was reading the agenda, how can I get to a place where I can support this? And I think that the amendments to the written resolutions today go a significant way for me to be able to do that. The second thing I would say is that my trust in the yet-to-be-formed project steering group and my faith in them is going to have to be pretty strong. And I'll just say it, that the $80 million figure that we were looking at is not acceptable to me at this time and in this place. It's not acceptable to me. And so I'm putting my trust and my faith in the project steering group to work on that significantly, because in the spirit of not embarking on a process and spending money on investigations when you don't intend to follow through, I would ask the project steering group to help me to follow through, and I know that you will do your very best and bring all of the skill and knowledge and financial experience to the table to ensure that we get a good product at the end of the day. I'm just saying, help me to get to a place where I can support the end product. Also, in the spirit of gifting names today, I'm going to gift a name to the project steering group, and that is Politicians. So there you go, that is now the new name for the steering group.
Councillor Baker.
Kia ora tātou. I'll keep it quick. Support all of the sentiments and kōrero that have been shared. I think the best way to help Steve is to be involved in the working groups. I think thank you for volunteering yourself to be a part of that. Leading the way is Papamoa's outstanding community voice. Looking forward to seeing you on that. Probably something that I still think needs to anchor the conversation moving forward is, whilst we've got a real strong value for money lens, we've still got to really consider that value for money and the minimum viable outcome that we want to achieve with this kaupapa too. Because while we want to deliver it for low cost, we don't want it to compromise the positive community impact this could have. So my hope is that our people weighing up costs but also the outcomes that we want to achieve with that are still at the forefront of this next phase, led by Steve. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Look, I think overall it's been quite a long journey to get here, but we're in a fairly good place. By going down this route, we get a couple of things. One is we keep the existing QEYC centre, which is 3 courts for our community for the next 16 years. And I think that is, a fairly good result, because the cost of replacing those would be significant. By going through this new site, and we've heard there's been a significant amount already spent on this project, so I think we just have to be very careful. The project steering group needs to consider that as we're looking for design and getting that value for money, that we do reuse what we can, or we at least make a conscious decision. If we change this, we've got to go and redo all the engineering, compared to if we actually keep that sort of form, then potentially we can use those bits. So just taking that into account. It also gives us the opportunity to actually start from a ground up. I think this project very much started from sort of grandiose scope, which started very high and has been slowly reduced as things have been taken off. I don't think that's a great way to get to scope. I think what we've got an opportunity here is saying, what are the key things we actually want, and we're starting at zero, and we're building up and making those decisions as we go. So I think that's a good opportunity, and probably the first major project that this group of elected members will have a really big input into developing. So that is the challenge. We've heard from Councillor Morris around what we've got to do to get him over the line. No pressure to the project steering group, but this is an opportunity, I guess, for us as elected members to put our money where our mouth is, and show what value we can add to the community, and how we can deliver value for money. Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, do we on the resolution, do we say change A to say receives the report with the corrections to the pros and cons listed in the report, and then it's part of the resolution, and then we can put the detail in as an action, but we can actually just change the actual resolution?
No, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we can do that.
Is everyone happy with that? So that it does record those. Thank you.
Corrections noted.
Corrections,
Yeah, with the corrections noted.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
And then we can make sure we note them.
And we'll include a note in the minutes to explain that.
Councillor Taylor.
Just like to make an observation. I think this is a great result, and there's a bit of symmetry with this, that generations of Tauranga citizens, and there's a number around here that learn to swim on this site, and we'll be getting future generations learning to swim on this site again, so quite like that.
And the community getting in there with their spades to dig the hole for the pool. So if we've got community with some spades, we can save ourselves some money. All right, I'll now put the resolution as on the screen to council, and I ask all those in favour, those against. That is carried. Thank you. We've still got time. Great. So 11.3, we're going to move on to Mount Parking Management Plan, consultation summary and options. This is on page 97. I'll hand over to we got Sean and Nick Mike to take us through.
Yes, so I'll provide just a general overview of we engaged Mount Parking Engagement earlier in this year, and we asked the community 3 key questions: what was working well, what challenges they faced, and what improvements could be made. This resulted in almost 1,700 people providing feedback. which included 770 people stating that they appreciated free parking and 1,341 people acknowledging there was a problem with parking in the Mount. We would also like to just make a note that we did approach this engagement very openly, and even given that in that last week we did see quite a lot of misinformation on social media that TCC planned to implement paid parking, and that resulted in a whole heap of what were really constructive comments. Also, towards the end, we got a lot more blunt comments around not trusting council. So, this paper today, we're looking for direction from council on what avenues we should investigate for implementation. As part of this, we have broken these options into either short-term fixes through to long-term items for inclusion within a future Mount Maunganui parking management plan that would then come through to yourselves for in a detailed form for options and adoption.
Councillor Taylor.
Thanks, Dan. First up, I'd like to recognise what you did in the consultation. I went to 2 or 3 of the meetings and they were very well run, and you should be complimented on the consultation, because I think it was a lot better done perhaps than what we did in the CBD that I've taken a lot of flack for, so well done in getting this one right. I'd like to explore and maybe just try and understand this misinformation that you're talking about. Have we been able to track that down to any individuals or groups?
There were a few posts on different community notice pages on Facebook and the like. There were some emails, we believe, sent around from some organisations to their membership, but very unsure where that initial information came from. And we noted it was only a couple of weeks ago that once again there was some word or rumour getting around the Mount Maunganui Main Street that we were in the midst of about to implement paid parking. So probably an opportunity just to take a step and be clear that no, we don't have any plan right in the immediate future to do that.
Councillor Baker.
Sorry, so just supplementary on this. Do you think that's compromised the submissions and the data we're getting out of this?
So we did receive a lot more constructive comments in that first 3 weeks of the engagement. We got to about 1,000 responses in that first 3 weeks, and then the last 700-ish in that last week, which did result in a lot less constructive comments and a lot more comments about council just needs to reduce spending or such.
And just to add to that, it's a common thing to have controversial subjects get inflamed, I guess, or more promoted, particularly if there's information that's not quite accurate and things like that. So it does happen to all of our sort of communication campaigns. So it's why we're here to explain that, one, it did happen, and two, you get to look at those results. So you need to look at it all and keep it in mind, but at the same time, you did have a push in a certain direction, and we think that was the reason. So it's to be thought about, but not to be sort of crystallised in your decision making.
Councillor Baker.
I think you just actually answered one of my first questions around why the read on social media was brought back to the table, which is cool, and a future consideration might be, on big topics like that where we know there's going to be certain lobby groups perhaps utilising those platforms in a way, perhaps, because obviously if it generated some good response, then there's perhaps some merit there worth exploring. But my second question is, on the short to kind of medium term options, do we have any KPIs or an evaluation framework to measure how impactful those will be?
So that would be pulled through in that development of that. The key KPIs will be around that 85% occupancy, which we've spoken about before for the city centre, and that sustainability. But as I'm sure you've all found through parking, it's a lot about how people feel, And yes, we can report on some KPIs around occupancy, around turnover, which we can definitely be setting, but it comes a lot about how sentiment is happening.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you. Regarding proposed resolution D4, development of a business plan supporting financially sustainable parking in Mount Maunganui, what's financially sustainable parking in Mount Maunganui referring to?
So that is referring to the potential of paid parking. We acknowledge that a whole lot of responses in the survey and I don't have the exact number, sorry, in front of me, did talk to wanting more parking. And parking comes at a price, as we've spoken about in the city centre, and we've got to pay for that parking somehow. One avenue is for that to be paid, another avenue is for that to be funded through rates or such. So that's talking to developing a business plan that includes creation of more parking, but also ensuring that financially we have assessed what that sustainable payment method for that parking is long term.
Councillor Roseboom.
Thank you, Mayor. Your statements lead great into this next question around my interaction with the general Tauranga public is they would prefer far greater enforcement of time limits, especially where they're unpaid. Not just, so this is where the whole rates versus paid parking comes into it, because obviously, do we have enough capacity to enforce time limits around the city, not just city centre and the Mount, but around the city, around all our paid parking spots? First question.
So we have capacity to enforce those time restrictions some of the time, maybe not as regularly as what people would like. So that is something that one of the options is around additional time restrictions, but also an increased enforcement program that would likely include an additional licence plate recognition car camera set and potentially additional enforcement. We haven't made specific note around that cost because in general that's an operational expense that does cover its own cost.
So that's where the advantage, if you did go for a paid parking option and it was kind of agreed to, that would cover the cost of a more rigorous monitoring and system.
Yeah. So a more rigorous monitoring system should be covering its own cost anyway, given that fines cover cost. We haven't yet come to a point where we're running out of people to fine, dare I say it, because there are plenty out there. So we could increase enforcement and that would cover its own cost without payment.
Have you considered just at the Mount, obviously we're talking around time limits, etc. What we also hear though is sometimes people do need options of parking longer around that sort of, time limit of 120 with paid after that.
That's definitely a way that you could introduce, that you could do it, and you could have paid parking like that. You could, for example, if you did want to go down the paid parking route to provide those options, you could have it only certain times of the week. So, for example, maybe only weekends or over that summer period that you maybe change those rates depending on the demand. So there are options around free and then paid after, or free and then paid at certain times of the year when it's when there's higher demand.
Yeah, I guess like the thing with parking is you want certainty. I think it's hard, but I get, and that seems to be what I took from the survey is parking is an issue, especially at some of those really peak times, but also something like Marine Parade, that if it was 2 hours, that if you've got a event or something and you might have surf skis or whatever on your car, that actually you need to be able to have an option to park there for longer, but potentially you could pay for the privilege of doing that. I think we just need to be a little bit more, looking at these options and what we're actually trying to achieve. And I just see this. I get time limited, and I think it's a good option, but we also need to give people, the option that they can do other things over that time limit if they're prepared to pay for that. I think is a good solution. But Deputy Mayor.
Kia ora anō. I've got a few questions. First one, just a comment. It's lovely to see the Miro Street progressing, and I think that will be a very welcomed response from that community. So thank you for putting that on. But just in terms of community engagement, are you talking Miro Street or wider than Miro Street? How wide are you thinking that engagement might be?
We're looking at Miro Street and a couple of the immediate residents adjacent to Miro Street on those side streets. Not anything wider than that, being that this impact is very much to those specific users.
And are there ways they can communicate with you already in terms of what they're thinking, or are you going to be driving that, or would you like them to come to you with options for how they provide that feedback to you?
We're always happy to hear additional options of how we can drive the engagement differently. The idea for this was very much a door knock, letter drop, and having something online that they can provide responses to. And this is potentially a good example of where another community like Get Together could be useful, given that what direction the one-way occurs is also a component of this engagement.
Great. I've got a couple more questions, if I may. So we did hear from Councillor Morris that there was quite an extensive engagement done on Mount parking, including a one-way on the Mall at one stage. Has that been taken into account, and how, because I gather that was quite a difficult engagement or response to engagement. Can I just ask how that was considered in this report, please?
So we have approached this engagement and this report very fresh. On the Mall, we have looked at what was previously proposed there, which was actually removal of parking and a cycle lane on one side and a shared path. So it's a very different concept, which is why we have approached it very fresh.
Just your mic.
So you've said loud and clear response that there is a lack of available parking. We're trying to be holistic. How are we looking, as a biker and a walker, how are we looking to encourage more locals to be biking and walking, more people to be taking the bus? How are we tying this into a potential ferries to go over to the Mount? What are we looking a bit more holistically than let's just look at parking?
So we'll probably tag team the answer around this from a strategic and a more tactical level. So just in terms of how easy it is to deliver on those types of programs at the moment, it's more difficult to focus on cycling and walking. But the plans that have already been in place and talked about through the Mount Spatial Plan and other things like that are still the baseline expectation of how we would move people around, particularly around the cyclists, the connecting or the pedestrians across that urban area, and then potential future options, which I have some personal experience around ferries, and their ability to interlock with this area. So the plan is still the plan there in terms of what we want, but at the moment the funding for such plans is very difficult to come by. So this parking strategy is adaptable and it's something that we're going to have to flex it as that sort of funding perhaps comes back online or strategic outcomes shift. So I think there is opportunity to make sure that we fold that into the mix as we go, but it's not something that we're considering in the short term, because there are no projects or anything that we're doing in the short term that would alleviate some of the existing concerns right now.
So,
and I guess my comment to that would be we need to be future thinking. So is this the right time to be trying to change parking if you're actually not looking more holistically at public transport, biking, cycleways and ferries? So for me, it's probably a conversation I'm not feeling as essential or has as much priority as other. And I've got one last question on Salisbury Ave. So I understand that this is allowing cruise operators, cruise tour operators, a time when they can park there and pick up people. I don't know if we do the same anywhere else in Tauranga. Who gets paid for that? I understood there was an agreement between the Port and Cruise Ship Association. Where do we fit in that, and what is how are we balancing that with whether is this going to be a precedent that if you've got enough buses then we will just create a space and give them ability to park freely in that space 83 times a year, or however often the cruise ships come in?
So you are right in that council doesn't see any direct revenue return from that allocation of space. This is very much the only of its kind for Tauranga. It's seen through Tourism Bay of Plenty engagement that it's a fairly unique and positive experience for those who come to Tauranga through the cruise season. The only place that we do have something a little bit similar is that hop-on, hop-off bus for cruise users who do also come to the city centre, but that's allocating and that's them using an existing bus stop.
So if we agree that, is it just for a temporary period, or is that a permanent?
It would be a temporary period. So currently we manage it through a temporary traffic management plan that is quite inefficient in the way that it's run and maintained. However, there's a way that with signage you could have, and if anybody's been to Eden Park in Auckland as an example, they have signs that they flip down certain times of the year or for certain events, which implement a slightly different bylaw arrangement. That's residents. This could be for authorised vehicles. So it would be done through a much easier process that it's not as intensive and inefficient as the current arrangement.
But it's just a 1 year change.
The idea is that it would be permanent. Yeah. And sorry, just on your first initial question, I just wanted to make note that we did hear fairly loud and clear from this engagement as well that there was an appetite for a hop-on, hop-off bus service around the Mount. That is something that we're feeding back to Regional Council as appropriate, and will be worth a conversation between yourselves and their new council once elected on potential for inclusion within annual plans or long-term plans.
And apologies, Deputy Mayor, in terms of my response, actually pricing and parking pricing is actually one mechanism for managing and influencing demand that we still do have at this moment. So it's the one way that we tend to be able to influence demand, and indeed the city centre parking strategy was premised on its ability to price that travel. So whatever the outcome of this process, it is a mechanism that is still around.
Yeah, so just a follow-up to that. Obviously we've got an issue in the CBD around demand and supply, and the majority of that was fixed with a paid parking, as well as some time limits in further out aspects of the city. But I'm just wondering, we hear that from a number of the people in the CBD, well, why are our customers having to pay and they don't have to pay at the Mount? So from an equity perspective, I'm just interested as to why we don't have a recommendation or anything around paid parking. All the options is time limited at this stage, or does that come from the parking management strategy potentially?
So it was envisaged that that would be included within that development of the business plan and the parking management plan through that, so through D4.
Okay. Thank you. And Councillor Crowther.
I'm just following up on one of the Deputy Mayor's earlier points, in that you just also raised, Sean, around the hop-on, hop-off bus service. I worry that could kind of go into a bit of a vacuum, and I don't want to go to the laborious task of putting an amendment or anything like that, but I really want to try to see if we can get this put through some kind of process, such as the next joint transport committee, because to me it seems like if there's anywhere in our city that could have a cost-effective public transport service, surely this could be it. And everywhere else we have to acknowledge we're going to have to subsidise public transport, but here there are real opportunities in the peak summer period, and it will make a significant difference to parking if we can be a little bit innovative. And I know the one that came up a few years ago may not be viable, but that was to use Bay Park and to have a shuttle from there. But whatever it is, I just think this needs to be sort of part of the short term, and also acknowledging that while it's not favourable to do multimodal transport at the moment for government subsidies, if there is a significant benefit, we could do that as we are doing for other projects, transport projects, without government subsidy, potentially. And Tauranga City Council could be a funding partner here. Not that I'm promising to be one, but I'm just suggesting that there are benefits to the city from that make this a bit of a different thing to run-of-the-mill public transport. So I guess the question is, can we, bearing all that in mind, can that get through without any kind of formal process, and just conveying this now into the staff? Can you feed that through to a joint transport committee?
We can take the action to feed that through to the joint transport committee. We won't commit to that exact form. We'll have that conversation with regional council colleagues on how that happens.
And my other question really is, have you, and I know it may need to be Nick or Marty who answers this in terms of who was around at the time, but have you got clear understanding, or can you access clear understanding around the earlier community engagement in 2020 around the then proposals for movement? I can't remember what it was called, the Mount Movement Plan or whatever, acknowledging that one of the short-term options here is to look at, medium term is to do angled parking at Pilot Bay. And I'm pretty confident if we're not very clear in our communication, that the community will go, here we go again, as some feedback. And I think we need to firstly be really clear what was proposed last time, and then to distinguish what's different about the proposal this time. But equally importantly is to take the understandings that were gleaned from an excellent piece of TCC engagement. I thought it was absolutely brilliant engagement that happened then, and I'd like to think you can go to a file somewhere or whatever and actually just pick up some understandings that came from that. So is that something you're familiar with? Can you access that? And if you can't answer us, the on-the-ground staff, maybe Marty can have a comment.
So we do have, and I've actually just got the email here with the PDF plan of what was proposed at that time. I'm happy to share that with you all, and I am sure we can dig up that engagement summary that went with it.
I really want to distinguish between what TCC proposed and what the community proposed. So there was a workshop at Club Mount that gave some of the best feedback I've heard from our community over recent years, and it was in 2020. And they came forward with a very sophisticated understanding of multimodal, cost-effective multimodal options for the Mount. They were seen by some staff at the time as maybe a bunch of rabble-rousers included, and I thought it was an exemplary engagement. The council staff listened, noted it down. There are big, sheets of white paper and all sorts of stuff somewhere, presumably, with those notes having been transcribed, hopefully. But that's what you need to capture, in my view, not so much what TCC went out with.
Yeah, we can find that and circulate that.
Councillor Schuler.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for that, the report, gents. Also, I was being involved in how we went about it. It was actually, really appreciate the fact that it was open. A lot of people, at Coronation Park, I remember we were there and people come and said, oh, you've already made your mind up. And, after a few more minutes of discussion, they actually said, yeah, I understand, and they were happy to put their ideas, and so I think that's great. A couple of questions, if it's all right, Mr Mayor. Firstly, you talked about the last week getting a lot more negative feedback. It'd be interesting, I know the time limit is the time limit, but did it significantly skew the results? Like if we'd chopped it short a week earlier? First question.
So I think it's worth noting that it was still the community's feedback. It may not have been quite as constructive as some of the others, but it was still a position that the community had. So that is why we have included it fully like we have, and it's definitely key to note that even with that swing, we did have more people acknowledge there was a problem than state that they liked the way that free parking worked.
So that leads into the second question. So your numbers 1670, of which 770 said 46% said they appreciate that parking is free. What does that statement exactly mean? Because are they saying don't touch it? Just explain that to me, because I'm going to ask a third question.
So that's a summary of 770 different worded responses. So some of them, yes, were very much don't touch it. Others through the engagement that we did, talking about the constraints of them wanting more parking. It was we like it free, but maybe new car parking does need to be paid so that it does pay for itself somehow.
And with that, because then, of course, the second part of that is, overwhelmingly 80% said we've got problems, right? So something needs to be done, which leads into my next question, and maybe ties a bit to what the Mayor said in terms of, because there's a few suggestions about building car parks, which we've got great history there, but then that's obviously a significant cost. And talking about influencing supply and demand, there's a few ways with roads you can add a few car parks on roads, but is pricing the easiest and most pragmatic and practical way to create the outcomes that could benefit them out? Pretty leading question.
It's definitely a way to manage demand. Unfortunately, without using that revenue, it doesn't create capacity, but it pulls a lever. The question there is, do you really want to pull that lever without you essentially introduce somewhat of a stick without introducing any carrot? So there is a balance that will be required to that.
Thank you for that. That's great.
So just in addition to that, Councillor Schuler, it's the level at which you're talking here is, what are the levers you can pull to achieve outcomes? And it depends on what sort of outcomes become the kind of things both this community and this table need in the amount. And I think that's really the process we're going through, is to distill those things. So the lever around pricing, it affects transport in lots of different ways, and it's particularly can affect public transport and parking in its first instances, because that's where our customers feel the most price sensitivity around that. So prices going up have an elastic effect. They do affect for a little bit, and then they lose their effect after some time. But in terms of just pure competition for space, the pricing of it is one way to help people just have that little think before they make that decision to do what they're doing, or take a bus, or take their car, or park in that location. It makes them think twice. And I think that's something that is becoming increasingly used in transport systems right across the world. At the Mount, there are different dynamics and different customers at play, different needs at different times, and so this process is really about unpacking it, making sure we've got the right customer needs in our conversation, and then we come back to you with options around, hey, maybe there are some ways we can. At the moment, it feels like we're splitting the difference between, let's have free parking, but everyone acknowledges there's a problem. So we've got to find a way and some options to help you kind of map between those two relatively distinct positions.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Just a couple of comment or questions. So we had, I think when we had one of the consultation, that one of them, there was actually an incorrect map, which people got quite upset about. But I think you did, or one of you did, talk about how many parks we actually had, I think, from Sutherland to the Mount, and that's quite important because, as Councillor Baker said, when we're looking at KPIs, 85% of what do we want to have full? So those sort of detail are really important. We also had somebody who had gone around that area and found 500 new parks that could be put in, either just making a little bit of changing the ground, I guess, on booms. Can I ask, has that been taken into account? Have you gone round to see how much of that is actually feasible, so that we actually, because at the end of the day, there isn't any more space to have, right, unless we have a high rise. So we don't want people not coming, because I think, to your point, Mike, people decide, should I go to the Mount or not? Oh, you have to pay for the parking, I'm not going. We don't want that happening. I think they say, no, I'm not going, before they think, oh, I could actually bike. But so have we looked at those 500 extra car parks, and is 500 significant, or are there already 5,000, so it's actually not as big as I would think that an extra 500 would make?
So no, we haven't done that exercise yet, is the short answer. Yes, we absolutely can. The premise that I would have on there is that there are some provision of some car parks. The Mall is an example of that. Could be as, I'm going to say simple, but we all know that's not simple by any means, as reallocating road space, whereas a lot of that other element is berm space, which as we know from conversations down 7th Ave and the like, widening out berm space does come with an element of cost, so we'll need to break that into a few different categories of where we can do it through reallocation of road space versus physical works that does come with a cost.
And can we make sure we do look at what we'd like? I think what we discussed at 7th Ave is quite relevant, just in terms of, where you've got two parks made into 4 angle parking because there's enough berm, that sort of thing. I think in the Mount's really important, so it'd be great if that could be added in, please.
Yes, absolutely, and so that is the background of what we've done to get to the recommended option for Mairo Street.
So just, I'm just interested in the Mount Maunganui parking management plan. How big a piece of work is this?
So we plan to do it with predominantly with the resource that we have over the coming 6 months or so, and the idea is that then will be able to inform future long-term plan discussions.
Through you, Chair, just to add to that, and as the owner of the resource in this space, things like doing surveys on extra car parks and whatnot is time burning. That's okay, we can still do that. And then also additionally understanding the traffic impacts around that sort of thing. Sometimes we would farm that out, but we'll be looking to do that in-house. So we'll put those on the to-do list, of course, but they do create, as soon as you do physically required work, you've got to get out there and do it, and that's when you burn time. But I'm sure we can handle those 2 requests.
Deputy Mayor.
Can I just ask that we take the resolution, at least D, separately from the rest?
Yep. All right. Thank you very much for answering our Pātai staff. I now just want to pause the business because we've got some special guests. I just want to make a note of Mayor Campbell Barry for dropping in to see us today, but also Makaurau Sydney has dropped in. For those that don't know, Makaurau was the first Te Awanui elected member that was voted in July last year, and unfortunately, due to health reasons, was unable to take up his seat here with us at Council, but it's fantastic to see you up and about and coming to visit us today. I'd just like to hand over to Councillor Rolleston, and he'd like to give you a welcome and acknowledge Lee, Makaurau's mum as well, that's here today. Thank you.
Te hotu a wahine rua ki te wai. Ki tai wiwi, ki tai wawa, ki te whai o, ki te o marama, ti hei mauri ora. Tuatahi kānu te mi ki te mato te rangi, nā nei, nā mea katoa, nō reira nā whakamoimiti, nā whakawhetai ki o tātou matua i te rangi. Tuarua, e nā mate, e haere nei, nō reira e nā mate, haere, haere, haere. Ka huria nai nei ki te hunga ora a tēnā tātou. He rā whakahire ira tēnei. Nā te mea, i te mutunga, i te timata o tēnei ata, ko tai mai a Ngāi Tamara Waho, ko tai mai a Ngāti Tapu, mo te ingoa hau o tēnei whare. He rā whakahirehira tēnei. Ko tai mai a Des mā, Pūraki mā, he rā whakahirehira i tēnei wā. Ko tai mai te mana whenua, o tēnei whenua ki te he koha aroha ki a mātou i tēnei ata. Nō reira, he mihi ki a rātou. Tuarua ko tai mai a ngā pōtiki. Spencer mā ki te kōrero e pāna ki te hara o te maunga. Anei ko tai mai a ngā pōtiki tauranga moana, tauranga tangata i tēnei wā. Hoi anō, ko tai mai e te rangatira. E ai ki te koro mātua, ko koe te tangata tuatahi mo te tūru o te Awanui. He nui te tautoko o te hapori o te whānau o tauranga moana, moto tono mo tēnei tūru. Nui te aroha ki a koe, ko te aha, ko koe te tangata tuatahi te hitori o tēnei tūru. Nā te mea, he ro te wā e Māori e noho ana. Hoi anō, ko tai mai hoki a Hautapu, e te mihi ki a koe, e te rangatira, e Māori e roto i tēnei whare. E nei te tūru o te Awanui hoki. Ki a maumahara nā tangata i mua i a koutou, a Aunty Maria, he kuia no konei, Machu Dixon hoki, hoi anō, he ro te wā. Nui te aroha ki a koe taku iramotu. Nui te mihi ki a koe. Aha ko te pauri o tō māwiwitanga, kei konei koe. Tō mauri, tō mana. Nā te mea, ko te whakaaro rangatira o tō whaia, alei, ko te mea tuatahi ki te tiaki tana tama. Ko te hauoro o te tangata te mea nui. Hoi anō, he nui te wā i mui a koe. E nui. Hoi anō, he tono hoki ki te whānau, ki te piki te maunga o maua. Anei, te nuinga o nā tangata, o te kauni hera haere ki te tiaki a koe, me te hapori hoki. Ko te kaupapa ko te pūtia, ko te mea nui o te kaupapa ko te aroha. ko te aroha. He hōnore. Nā te mea i nae nei, i noho au i tō turu. Ki te whakamana i a koe mo te hapori o tauranga moana hoki. E maumahara tō whaia, tō kuia, hiniwai, anei te ingoa o hiniwai ko tai mai, he tino kuia, he kaiti aki. Ki au, i te wā, i noho ana i te whenua o tauwhau te nari ara te motu o rangi waia. He mihi hoki ki tō kuia. Ko taku whakaaro kei te hare ko tana nākau. Me tō pāpo hoki, me tō whānau kato. Nō reira, nui te aroha ki a koe li, a ko te aha. Ko tō manaaki o tō tama, ko tō aroha, anei, ko te hua, ko tai mai. Tēnei te mihi aroha ki a koe taku hoa. Taku urua mutu, e mokopuna o ngā rangatira katoa o te moana o tauranga. Ara tupaia, te mete raukawa, e tai atu, ko tai mai nei tō mana i tēnei rā. Nō reira, mihi ki a koutou, te kaunihira, mō tō manaaki, mō tō tautoko o Mikaere. Nā te mea, i roto i te STV, ko e te tangata anake karekau he count, ko ia first cut, ko ia te tangata. You all had to have second, third and fourth counts to get your seats. 5 over there, 5 counts, ko tahi anake. Ai, anei te karanga, te tono o tauranga moana mō Mikaere. E nui te poti ki a koe. Nō reira, taku ura motu, he honore ki te mihi ki a koe. Ki te, ko te whakaotenga o tēnei haerenga. He tika te mana, te tikanga ki te whakahoki ki tēnei whare o te kaunihere i tēnei ata. Nui te mihi ki a koe, kia kaha, kia maia, kia manawa nui. Nō reira, pai ki te kiti tō tihati, anei te tihati, e ai ki tētahi tangata, he Māori caucus i roto i te, anei ko Ngāti Raukawa, anei ko Ngāi Tahu. Kaore ko tai mai, tai nui, Piki Riki, o Pik Rick, hoi anō, e pai ki te mihi ki a koutou. He honore, nā kai mahi hoki, ko tai mai nei, Karen Ma ki te tautoko i tēnei kaupapa whakahirihira. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Te aroha, te whakapono, me te rangi mari e tātou e, te aroha, te whakapono, me te rangi mari e tātou e. Nō reira, āpiti hono tātai hono te honga mate ki te honga mate, te honga ora ki te honga ora. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Ka hoa tū te rākau ki a koe, Mikaere.
Button Macquarie, just to turn on the microphone. Yep, perfect.
O tengare ki rau kawa takahi paru ka whakipoi ha. Ka tau ka tau whao ki ngā motu tere. E mihi kia koutou katoa. Tēnei rā te reo ai mihi, mai tātou te whānau a tauwhao tengare kia koutou katoa. Ki ngā motu tere, kia koutou, tēnei te reo mihi kia koutou. I'm back, I'm home. Ko tai mai. Kua roa te wā.
Kua roa nei te wā. Taku huarahi, kei roto hohi pira, kei ro hohi pira, ko hoki ora mai au. I'm home. I'm home for good. Yeah. I'm back. Yeah. And it's good to be home. It's great to be home. Ko ngua hau, mo te tau katoa. Ko tēnei taku tū tuatahi. He wainganui I tō tātou moana. Ko ai mā tēnei. Ko mauao me tihi rau ki runga. Ko taranaki kei raro. Ko maunga tautari kei wainganui. Ko ngai te rangi, ko Ngāti Rangi Nui. Ko te peri rākau, ko Ngāti Koroki Kahukura. Ko te whānau apanui ki ngā iwi. Ko te whānua tau whao me te ngare. Ko ngai tuwhiwhia, ko te piri rākau me Ngāti Koroki Kahukura aku hapu. Ko Rangi Waia, ko Opire Ora. Me kauai tangohia, me tawhiti nui oku marae. Mā tātua, taki timu, tainui, Aotea. Me tauira mai tawhiti oku waka. Me araora tamatea hoki. Me ngā motetera o te kuki arini kei tua, toku pāpā, toku tātai whakapapa I noho ana. Nō reira, kia ora ana mai tātou katotoa. I te eo pōmania. Kia ora, everyone. Good to see you, everyone. Nō reira, tēnei te reo aumihi kia koutou katoa. Ko pohiri tia nei, ko hoki ora mai tēnei, ki tēnei kainga o tēnei nana kia o te mona. Meki.
Mai.
Oai. Tēnei taringa kohatu. Taringa, tēnei maki o te mautere o Rangi Waia. O tira, me mihi ki taku matua keke nāna I whakamahana nei tāku ake, tōku ake, tūri o te awa nui. Ia, ai. Anko, ka tika me mihi kia koe. O tira, kia koe mahe, nāna I poipoia I tō tātou taone nui o tauranga. Yeah. I'll be back with my Tauranga City Nipo hat to tell you what to do. Get ready. Yeah, we'll be ready. Yeah, but no. Yeah, e mihi ana kia koutou katoa. Mai tātou I te whānau kia koutou. E aroha nui ana. E mano e nui ana. E atawhai ana. E kore te aroha e hai. E kore te aroha e whakahi. E kore te aroha e whakapeha. E kore te aroha e tukene o whanoki. E kore te aroha e hai. E aroha nui ana. Nō reira, e te whānau. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou, katoa. Kia ora.
Tūtira mai ngā iwi,
Hau e, tātou e. Tūtira mai ngā iwi, tātou e. Whai a te maramatanga, me te aroha e ngā iwi, kia kotahi, kia kotahira, tātou e. Tātou e. Iawei.
Kia ora and welcome, Makaere. It's wonderful to have you here. We have a couple of gifts for you from the council to acknowledge you. One, a certificate acknowledging you being the first elected member of the Te Awanui ward, and a book and a pin. So I'll come and present that to you now. So we'll come back at 1:10, if that's all right. So meeting will be adjourned and we'll come back for the debate on the Mount Parking Management Plan. So we're adjourned till 1:10. Thank you. we're missing a few, but we'll get back underway. If we could just get the resolutions. So the recommendations is around receiving the Mount Parking Management Plan. There's three parts to this. One, developing a bylaw around the cruise ships and making that easier going forward. The second is around a couple of changes for the Mount and some discussion around that, including Miro Street. And the third part of this is asking staff to develop a Mount Maunganui parking management plan. So that's the the three things being asked for here. I'll ask if we have a mover and seconder for that resolution. Okay, Councillor Roseboom, happy to move. And Councillor Taylor, happy to second? Yeah. Councillor Roseboom, would you like to?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, another highly contentious issue. Parking seems to be following us around month to month. My major aim of this, with the exception of the cruise ship parking, the rest of it has to be able to be applied equally around the city. So whatever we come up with has to be consistent and be able to be applied consistently around the city. So as long as we keep that as a driving focus, this whole, as the city grows and develops and our city centres grow and develop, and the way the current building regulations are and the lack of requirement for developers to put car parking in, this is going to become a bigger problem as we grow and get medium to high density living in our larger centres. But yeah, primary focus for the staff, this has to be able to be applied across the entire city. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Yes, I'd just like to reiterate what I said to the staff earlier. I think the consultation on this has been really, really good. There were some great ideas came from residents, non-residents, tourism operators, lots of people that operate in the Mount community. So I'm feeling comfortable that we've actually heard from a large chunk of the population on this very important issue. The Mount is different to the CBD, and yes, while I agree with the equity thing, we do have to apply certain rules evenly across the city. There's definitely differences in the two areas and the way we attack these. So the Mount, for example, very, very, very busy on the weekends. When a lot of people go over there for leisure, I think that's one of the important things that the management plan for parking should be enabling people to be able to go and visit there without having to walk from Bayfair. And at the moment, that's almost where it's at. So looking at things like buses doing little circuits and that sort of thing, I think is creative thinking that will add to the ease of access to what is a pretty attractive venue, I suppose, in the city.
Councillor Crowther. We'll go to Councillor Morris.
Yeah, happy to support this. I think staff have done some good work, good consultation by the sounds of it. I think for me, it'll be good to take the similar principles and sort of check them around the city, but I also agree with what Councillor Taylor said, which is that the Mount is very unique. And I think when I look at the public transport offerings, I think it is very different from that perspective to Tauranga CBD or city centre, because all the routes tend to converge or go through the city centre, but very, very, very few areas of Tauranga are well connected to the Mauao end of the Mount. So I think that's a key factor in terms of how we frame this up, and I do not support, with the current public transport network and offerings, paid parking there. I think we can do it through other mechanisms at the moment, but if we put in new parking, I think that's a different conversation. If we're putting in a parking building, that tends to, like most parts of the country, you have to pay it back and you have to charge. So I think we can distinguish that. But for me, the big challenge here is that we do have a problem, and we have 85% occupancy as sort of the goal across all areas, and we are above that at critical times, and I think we have to be a bit innovative. I quite like the thinking here in terms of some of the options, and I do reiterate that if we can look at, I guess, a peak season or peak time shuttle type service, I just wonder if this might be a cost-effective way to deliver some good outcomes. It'd be just interesting to see that play out a little bit more.
Councillor Morris.
Oh. You're Morris. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm Morris. I'm English. You're German. That's all right. I'm German as well. I support A and B and C, and I do acknowledge the work that our team has done and the consultation work and how the resolutions in B really address the concerns raised by our public. And it's around occupancy and it's time and creating that capacity there. Personally, I don't support D4, and I would ask for my mental health that be taken separately. In terms of the other options in D, angle parking on the mall, or the mall, which is the correct pronunciation, so I've got to say thank you to the Deputy Mayor for that. In terms of the angle parking, when that previously came to Council, as we've heard from staff, that proposal involved a cycleway, and there was actually a net reduction in car parks. So you got one way and you got less places to park, so it was the worst of both worlds in my view. If you look at angle parking on the mall or the mall, without that, then there's a significant opportunity to increase capacity there, which would be welcomed by visitors to our city and locals who want to get closer to Waikorere, Pilot Bay and Moa. Paid parking at TCC-owned off-street car parks. I think we potentially need to have the conversation around that, off-street. And if we are going to, at some stage, provide new off-street car park in the vicinity of Coronation Park, potentially where the bowling club was or around there, then maybe that's the time to consider that as an off-street paid car park. I don't support D4 because I think we've got to be careful, and I'll mention it in the next paper when we're talking about parking in the Tauranga CBD. I think we've got to be careful that we don't see parking as a revenue generating exercise. It should be a demand management exercise, primarily, secondary and tertiary and totally, in my view. I don't think that we should be viewing parking in the current economic climate and the businesses that rely on having available spaces and also cost-effective spaces. I don't think we should be looking at it as a revenue-generating activity, but as a demand activity. In terms of the longer term in the Mount, time restrictions may look like they're the way to go. But I just also caution around the term equity because we don't want the Mount, I mean, we've got to face facts. The situation in the CBD, it needs help. It is not satisfactory to business owners. It is not satisfactory to customers. So it needs help. But I think we've got to be careful not to make the situation in the Mount equally as bad by introducing paid parking as a revenue generating exercise. And also in terms of equity, we need to truthfully acknowledge hand on heart that $1/3 of $1 billion is being spent in the Te Papa Peninsula on amenities. I have yet to see a budget that equally distributes $1/3 of $1 billion to the Mount CBD, and I don't think I will see that budget. So I think we've got to be cognizant of that if we're talking about equity. And the last thing I would say is we've had some conversation in the community around, which has been called misinformation in this report about paid parking, well, I think we have the opportunity to put that to bed right now by voting down D4, because that puts that to bed. Thank you.
Councillor Schuller.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I support this. Good to hear the different views around the table, particularly a bit of focus here on D. I suppose, firstly, a lot of very good engagement was done. We did get a lot of good feedback, good current feedback from the community, 2/3 from outside of the Mount and 1/3 from in, and fully understanding that paid parking, or the appreciation of parking being free as it was worded, is certainly a least favourable option. But as staff did say, these are some of the options that we do have available to us to influence the use and demand. So probably contrary to Councillor Morris suggesting that we don't go there at all because it's a revenue generation angle, my thoughts and my view on why we should progress through D and should look at all options available to us along the lines of what is the best way to provide the parking for the people that want to visit the Mount, fully acknowledging the uniqueness and its difference from the city centre. Having said that, we do also hope that our city centre is a place that's heavily visited in the weekends as well. We've invested a lot of money into that area. So what we're talking about historically from city centre and what we will see in the future are very different. So I don't think we should confuse those. So at this stage where I am, very happy to see what staff can come back to. Staff have seen the results of the feedback from the community as much as we have. They know it more than us, and I'm really looking forward, and I think we should give them the opportunity to come back to us with what they think is the best. I don't think we should be trying to curtail them right now and take anything out. So I would like to see us all support this in full. Thank you.
Yeah, I think my views align a lot with Councillor Roseboom around keeping the options that work one place that we can then roll out across the city, and there's obviously only a couple of options we really have, but keeping it quite simple rather than having 5 different rules for each different place and why they're all unique. I think there's some general principles that we can follow, and then we can apply the ones that are consistent and that do apply to each area as we're trying to look at the problem that we're actually trying to fix. So I think that's really the key to me. Is there a problem in this case? Yes, there is a problem, that there isn't enough parking at the Mount. So that means that we should do something about that and look at our options. Then going back to what are the solutions, and the solution shouldn't change significantly as we go from one place to the other. We have kind of a shopping list, and we say this one and this one apply here for that reason. I think the consultation, we just got to be very careful, and Miro Street is an example of this. While I support that, we've got to go out in the consultation in the right manner. And again, what we've heard and what the problem is in Miro Street is there's not enough parking. There's people parking all over berms, all over the footpath, and so that is the problem we're trying to fix. So we have to identify and say the reason that we're doing anything here is we have a problem we're trying to fix, and this is one of the solutions that we could have. We can add 21 more parks here, but we don't have the road space to add 21 more parks and keep it 2 ways. So our solution is we add 21 parks and we put it 1 way. Do you think that's a good solution or not? If not, then we don't deliver any parks. That's sort of the trade-off. Or we can go back to the drawing board, but if it's going to be 2 ways, we have a very limitation in what we can add, and that's what we've heard about the Mall as well. It's not that we like 1 ways or we want to make it 1 way. It's we can deliver an extra 150 car parks if we go to parallel parking. But the trade-off is it's going to become a 1 way because we don't have the size of that street to deliver that. So I think it's just very, when we're talking about these things, and I note what we've seen in the city centre, is they're trying to they're trying to apply one-way streets. Well, I don't like one-way streets, so it's not my preference to do that. The reason is we're saying if we want to make the footpaths wider and have this and that or more parking, then there has to be a trade-off because we don't have the space. So I think it's just communicating, you know, some of our reasoning as to how we got there, and you know, just a message to those in the city centre, you know, that is a proposal out for consultation. As I say, I'm sure there's plenty of people around this council table that don't like one-way streets. We're just putting an option out there saying, what do you think of it? You know, give us some feedback so we can then take that and develop a plan. But we're certainly not advocating that it's going to be one way and you know, we're trying to ram this through. So that's the key to this when we're going out for consultation. You know, what is the problem we're trying to fix? Here's one of the ways we can do it. If you've got other ways how to solve this problem, come and tell us. That's what the consultation is, because we'll certainly listen, you know, to reasoned arguments around these things, but don't assume as to what we're actually trying to do. And look, if you don't want a one-way street on Mero Street and you're happy that there's no issue with the parking right now, well, tell us that, and we'll go spend our money somewhere else. So, you know, I think it's just very key, you know, going forward that we identify the problem, we give reasoning about what we're trying to do, and that this is one of the options that we've identified to do that, but that we're very open to others if people have good innovative solutions. Deputy Mayor.
I think we have to ask ourselves what our priorities are, because is this the 5th paper we've had on parking in our city? And we spend so much time on parking. If we'd spent this much time on waters, we'd be a lot, you know, like that's sort of, we've got to start saying where our priorities lie. So I am going to suggest that we have a parking working group, and I'm going to suggest I'm not going to be anywhere near it. And because I just really don't think I was elected to come and govern this city and spend so much time on parking. And we agree on something and we disagree on it and we change it again and we have another workshop. So it really worries me that we are spending so much time on parking. In terms of this resolution, I would like to take it in at least A, B and C separately to D, as Councillor Morris has suggested. I think it's really sneaky that D4 says financially sustainable car parking when they actually mean paid car parking. And I'm definitely not in favour of that. How many, you know, we need people in our cities and our town centres, and a lot of people say, no, I'm not going there, you have to pay. So why are we even considering it? I would hope that, Marty, your team have got really great things to do that aren't saying, oh, we've got plenty of people that we can do a whole lot more iterations on parking. So I think we just have to be careful how much time, which is expensive, do we put into deciding more about parking. There isn't a significant solution at the Mount because there isn't any room. So putting some people off going to the Mount, is that what we want to do? Because we actually can't make car parks. And so, and if we do build a car park, I'm happy we build it and it's chargeable. That's a policy we probably should put in place so that we don't have to think about it for each time. But to me, I'm very supportive of Mero Street, and I think it's been on the cards for 10 years though, so I don't know how much time has been spent on that one, but very happy that's at least going to the next stage. I'm not as happy on Salisbury Avenue, but I'm not going to spend too much more time on that one. So yeah, I just think we need to be thinking about how much time do we really want to spend on parking.
Right, any further kōrero? Otherwise, I'll hand back to Councillor Roseboom. You want to sum up?
Thank you, Ben. I think your comments pretty much summed up what I've got left to say. But yeah, as the city grows, it is going to become a continuing issue all around the city.
All right, thank you very much. It's great to, I've had that discussion, understand where everyone is. What I'm going to do is I'm going to split this resolution. So I'm going to take A to C together. We'll vote on A to C. Ask all those in favour. Those against? Okay, that is carried unanimously. Now D, I'm going to take D 1 to 3. And again, ask all those in favour. Aye. Those against? Aye. No. Deputy Mayor. And now we'll take D4 and ask all those in favour. Aye. Those against? No. That's Councillor Morris and the Deputy Mayor. All right, that finishes Mount Maunganui parking. We're back on to the Deputy Mayor's favourite topic, 11.4, which is city centre parking, short-term incentive options. This is on page 107 of the agenda. This is where we're considering options and responding to what we've heard from a number of retailers and hospitality businesses around making it easier for customers to park in the CBD. So I'll hand back. We've got Sean and Mike again that will go through some of these options for us. Thank you.
Yes, so I'd like to start this one off by acknowledging that the retail and hospitality sectors, both within the city but also nationally, are particularly struggling at the moment. So I think that's just a very good initial starting point for this conversation. In particular, some of the ANZ latest card spending data has come out that provides a fairly stark understanding of where a lot of our city centre businesses are at the moment. So, yeah, we've investigated further changes that could be made to paid parking within the city centre area based on feedback through numerous different avenues, from public meetings through to emails and conversations that we've had. I just wanted to provide a summary of three of the alternatives that we have provided. Sorry, I should just take a step back. We have recommended as staff to take the status quo approach, being that we have just made a bunch of changes and we do believe that there needs to be some bedding in time. In particular, the expansion has seen predominantly the result that we had been looking for around occupancy. There have been a few occupancies a bit higher, for example, down on 3rd Ave between Cameron Road and Fraser Street, that we are looking at from an operational level, what we can do to just make sure that there's a bit of turnover potential there. So the three options that I did want to just focus on in the alternatives are 60 minutes free, and just wanted to cover the background of Hamilton having tried this and currently has a resolution from their council to stop having 60 minutes free. The key issue that has become apparent through Hamilton's learnings is that it changes behaviour to users restricting their time in the city to the 1 hour that they'll be getting for free. So Hamilton has seen users who might be there in the city for 2 or 3 hours actually restricting their time to 60 minutes because it's free, and that does limit the opportunity for opportunistic shopping in the area. We've also had some initial look at the costs of this, and it would cost the parking activity $663,000 approximately in lost revenue per annum, and likely would result in increased enforcement required because people try to game the system. So that cost would likely have a significant impact on the parking activity's financial stability. Free after 3 is another one that came quite loudly from the community. We have looked at occupancy on street and off street separately for this, and believe that in the city centre zone, in particular Devonport, Grey Street and Hamilton, Harrington, the occupancy stays at the desired level between 3 and 5 p.m. So would recommend that if 3 after 3 were to occur, it would only happen in the parking buildings and off-street locations. The issue that and concern that that staff have with 3 after 3 is that it would require rejigging the parking pricing throughout the day, being that no longer is an all-day parking rate starting from 8 hours. It's starting from 6 hours, and then 30 minutes grace time is the other option that I did want to cover off quickly at the moment. So that would be similar to the current system of providing a grace time. However, that would be 30 minutes rather than that 10 to 15 minutes, and it would be advertised. There is a risk that we will see users start to change their behaviour, like I outlined with 60 minutes. However, we don't have a great understanding of that. The industry does have a fairly limited knowledge of when behaviour changes. However, we do know that behaviour change does happen sometime between 15 to 60 minutes. So apart from that, I was going to take the rest of it as read and questions.
Thank you very much. I guess where I'm leaning towards is that sort of 30 minutes free in the P5 loading zones. I'm just interested to get your perspective as to why is it P5 and not P10 or P15, and 30 minutes, is 30 minutes the right number, or is it 20 minutes? I'm just wondering how much sort of analysis you've done, or whether it was just those were sort of the easy numbers. I'm just trying to get a gauge of that.
So P5, there's some lenient. The key is that it's a loading zone, so take the opportunity, any opportunity that we can. It's loading bays can be used by anyone. They don't have to be goods and service vehicles in Tauranga. That's different cities have different bylaw restrictions on who can use loading zones, but anybody can use a loading zone here. The idea with a P5 is that it's pick up, run in, pick something, leave. Now there is some leeway in that P5. It's not a really hard P5, but it's
so it's probably a P15.
P15-ish. If you're probably not going to get a ticket unless you're found to be consistently abusing the loading definition of that.
I guess I get it. Like if you're running into the library to return library books, which is it's a real issue that we've had. But I guess 5 minutes. If you stop to grab a coffee, it's probably not quite enough time. But I get that. If it's a little bit of leniency there, then it's a good solution. I'm certainly in favour of that. The other question I had, because what we're really trying to solve here again, what is the problem we're trying to solve, and that is that retailers and hospitality businesses feel like that paid parking is affecting the customers that are coming to visit them because they don't want to pay for parking. So, if that's our specific problem, which I understand, obviously the P5 maybe goes a little bit more of people just popping in and dropping stuff off and picking kids up, etc. But if that's the actual problem, like have we gone down the route of, for example, if you spend $20 in a hospitality or a retail business, that you get 2 hours free parking, because that directly solves the problem we're trying to fix.
So the system to roll that out could get very challenging very quickly with that, of how does somebody prove that they've parked for that they've gone to a business? Do we rely on receipts, which I know people don't really like anymore, or do we roll out a system that enables each individual business to validate that parking, which once again, look, we can do some more investigation, but the initial indication is that the cost of rolling that out would be fairly substantial. Well, we don't have the numbers, but we could look at what those numbers are.
Surely there's if we did it, assuming it was only app-based, for example, like discount codes, or is it easy to generate those, or?
We can generate discount codes, but it's a question of how do you control who uses a discount code.
Yeah. Well, I get that, but I'm sure there's a solution. For example, a retailer could print out, or every receipt has a, if it's over $20, it puts a discount code on it, or, they have. Yeah, I get the fact that you've got to think how you don't abuse it, but if you've got different discount codes, I know Picnica, they've got little cards with a discount code on the card. Do you print 10,000 cards and hand them out to the retailers that you give them that opportunity to hand out the cards, and it's just trying to. I guess I'm just thinking about a way to directly affect the retailers and the hospitality businesses with a way that it actually directly benefits the spending, which is actually what we want. It's not, that's what I think the problem to fix is, but yeah.
Yeah, so on street being that it's paid before you go and get your receipt, on street would require a complete overhaul of how you pay. The car park buildings, in theory you could, because you can pay on exit. The issue is how would you get all those discount codes? So we can go away and look into that option a bit more and talk to our technology providers about how that could be integrated and avoid printed out cards that then somebody can take a stash of.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Crowther.
Sean, you mentioned something to the effect that we got the outcomes we expected with the changes to the parking in terms of occupancy. So given that we focused on the fringe, that's where I'm sort of focusing for this question. So I guess my question is, did in some areas we expect, were we doing this intentionally to get closer to 15% occupancy rather than 85? Because I'm sort of getting quite regular updates from some people in around the Domain area and 3rd Ave West. So certainly very different scenario 3rd Ave East by comparison, but if you go down into the industrial area 3rd Ave West, and if you go down by the Domain, it would be, everything I've seen, and that's been reasonably regular updates, it's much closer to 15. And I'm just thinking, did we intentionally sort of do this for a reason, and what is that reason?
So I went for a drive around on Thursday to make sure that I'd viewed it myself for a question like this. The Domain overall, yes, right towards the end it does start to peter off in its occupancy, but as in front of the Domain overall, it looked to be tending more towards 85%, maybe slightly down to that.
That was a particularly busy day,
75. Yeah. But a reminder that we've got quite a lot of development coming online in the next six months with things like Northern Quarter. So the other one, that Dive Crescent, was also tending a little bit down toward below that 85%, but I was discounting that and wanting to bed that in, being that we're not in summer and we don't have Northern Quarter online quite yet. With 3rd Ave down Glasgow Street Way, yes, I take your point that it's a bit lower occupancy than what we would like, but that building that we used to be in isn't fully occupied yet. I drove past it today, and the top floor didn't have any lights on, so I don't know exactly how much, of occupancy that building has, but I would expect that to substantially change Glasgow Street.
So just follow up. So basically what I'm hearing is this is conscious that we want to go below the 85 so that we can future-proof for oncoming developments in the northern end of the Fringe and in specifically our old building?
We would love to always be hitting 85%, being that we're not wanting to make changes every month on this. We've tried to approach a situation that, from a pricing perspective, works for the year, and from a implementation works for an extended period of time.
Councillor Morris, you just moving your mic, or you?
Yeah, I'm just moving my mic.
Have we got any? Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
I'm curious why, we got a significant amount of information around parking to the Deputy Mayor's point in one of our previous meetings, and in there for the annual fees and charges, it didn't outline what the hourly rates were. It's an issue I raised, was the hourly rates for Cliff Road, Dive Crescent and Devonport Road. And I see now, retrospectively, after we talked in that meeting about standardising as much as possible and having $2 per hour or $1 per hour increments, and not having sort of ups and downs and things, and not having out of sync with different CBD locations, city centre as opposed to city fringe. I now see that Cliff Road and Dive Crescent are $3 an hour, and Devonport Road is $3.50 an hour on our website. And I'm really struggling to understand. I know it's a side issue, but it really makes it far more complex to have discussions with people when it's just the complexity of it is so distracting, because if we could just say, look, we've got a simple policy that says $1 an hour on the fringe and $2 an hour in the city centre, then you get it, you remove some of the discussion. It's just like, okay, so that's clear. And then you get to the real issue, which is what should the daily cap be? And that's where most people get to once I explain what our intentions were. But then to find out that we're at $3.50 for Devonport Road and $3 for Cliff Road and Dive Crescent, and I think there's another one which is a different amount as well. TV3, I think, is at $3. And I'm thinking, do we do that with a method in our madness or not?
That doesn't seem right. I'm sorry, I'll have to.
It's on our website. I can show you right now if you wish. It's on off-street car parks, prices per hour, and then maximum daily charges, which have been the new maximum daily charges. So it's got 166 all-day spaces for Cliff Road, $3 per hour, maximum daily charge $9, Dive Crescent 150, blah blah blah.
I think from a memory of the discussion, like the TV3 and the Cliff Road, for example, were different to drive the demand, because we didn't want people parking there for 1 or 2 hours because you don't get that turnover. Whereas something like Elizabeth Street, you don't mind the turnover because there's more people coming in. But that was from memory.
Yeah, so, sorry, I'm just looking at our website, and the maximum daily charges, but that is built up through the same pricing structure with 2, 4, 6, 8.
No, I mean, it's got it on our website here where people go, and I've had a number of people say to me, this is where they go to it. Off-street car parks, Cliff Road, $3 per hour, Dive Crescent, $3 per hour, So that's where a lot of people go to get that information, because it's not on the other page, which is a well signposted page, because it doesn't have the hourly breakdown. So people coming in, they're trying to go, how do I navigate this? Because they kind of go, oh, this one's often full, this one's normally, I don't want to go in the building. And I just think if we could simplify it, I believe we all collectively intended that to be the case.
And that is the pricing structure. I think we've run into the issue of having multiple places on our website where we've updated one but not all. So
this is updated though, because I saw it update. So we're saying the real thing is actually $1 an hour on Cliff Road and $2 an hour in the city centre.
Yeah, that paragraph is wrong for some of that. Sorry, so yeah, I'll take that action to.
Okay, well that clears up that.
Get the team to fix
good,
that.
Solved. And I have one other one, which is when we look at the options, we've sort of gone, if we do the free after 3, I think it is, well, then we have the off-street price increases. I guess that implies that there is a financial rationale for doing things. And so one of the most common questions I've got asked in the last couple of months has been, why? Like the why question. Why are you doing this? What is the purpose? And I was talking to a well-informed local, former city council employee, who said to me yesterday, when I said, well, there are different views on that, but he made the comment, well, of course, you might as well just come out and say it's to raise money for the city centre projects. But I said, well, I don't know if there's agreement on that, either from us as elected members or from the organisation. So to Councillor Morris's earlier point, are we clear at the moment? Is the goal to get 85% occupancy at some point in the reasonably near future after the developments occur down in the Justice Precinct and our old buildings filled up? Is it 85% occupancy, or is it to ensure we get more money? And if it is 85% occupancy, why have you in the free after 3 put a price increase in the buildings, which would surely be just for financial reasons?
So we haven't tried to put a price and street increase into the buildings, rather than not remove the massive jump up that would go from keeping it down at say $10 for that 4 to 5 period, all the way up to $16 for that all day rate. So
no, I'm saying give free after 3 in the parking buildings, like as in if you're doing it on the streets, do it in the parking, like just do it. I'm not suggesting we do it, but just like as in when we get options, it makes it again more complex, because the only reason for not doing that surely would be for the for the money side of it, wouldn't it? Because if it fills up, if it's successful and it gets quite busy on the streets, then couldn't it be free after 3? Because we don't charge after 5. Well, although I've got a message from someone who was, but that's another matter.
Yeah. So what we've seen is on street is already at that 85%, if not higher, on that 3 to 5 period. So that's the reason for not recommending that we do free after 3 on street. The reason for with free after 3 doing some price changes, which does involve increasing the prices from that 3 to 6 hour period, is so that you don't run all the way up to 6 hours and then have a very substantial jump. It's how do you minimise that jump and try to keep a more structured increase throughout the day.
Just to be clear though, if I can just, through the chair, I'm suggesting not like just going 0 to 1 hours, $2, 1 to 2, $2, 2 to 3, $2, like literally 2, and then when you get to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it's free. And I'm just wondering why that wasn't presented as an option.
So that would mean a substantial decrease in the price of all day, which would result in significantly lower revenue. Would have to decrease the lease car park
No, totally
prices.
agree. So the question is it for occupancy or for money? That's the question, and it's what our community is asking, especially since they've seen this paper in regards to that.
It's for both. So it's for the 85% occupancy is our target. That's what we've priced about. As I understand, there is a Te Manuataki Otipapa financing paper coming to you maybe next meeting, which will include some of the detailing around the financing that the parking activity is contributing to that.
But just to follow up, if we reduce significantly the all-day charge, then that would follow on that we're probably going to get a massive increase in demand, and we're going to have an issue with demand. So we're, yeah. Councillor Baker.
Glenn asked the question that I was going to ask, but I'm curious to know, and I don't know where and how this fits or why or if it even does matter, but do we have the breakdown of how much our staff are paying for parking a week to be in this building or to be in the city?
We don't collect what our staff are, because that's their own personal expense. So we do not collect that information.
I feel like it's important. I just can't put my finger on it yet. I'll be back.
Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, thanks, guys. The question I want to ask for clarity, I suppose, is a little bit around, because I'm just looking at these numbers that Councillor Crowther was talking about, but the ones I've got that understood we approved are very standard with a 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. So I'm not quite sure where that changes come, but it'd be great if you can fix that, obviously, so that people, when they have one source of truth. So from what you've explained, the prices are as we agreed at a previous meeting. Question I want to ask is around the behaviour influence and ways, if there are any, that we could help retailers, businesses in the city centre here, and particularly around that 15 minutes grace. And then obviously you're talking about a change in behaviour if it's an hour, in terms of whether people will come for long enough. And so just that, at the moment I think it's sort of 15 minutes grace period, is that right?
So at the moment it's 10 to 15 minutes. Once again, depends a little bit on how regularly the person is found to.
So do you have any evidence or something that might suggest that if we didn't send people to walk down that street and look at those cars, if there was another 15 minutes or 10 minutes, is that going to make a significant difference to assist, or is that very hard to read?
It's very hard to read. It's it's a behaviour pattern.
Right.
So I will just confirm that the rates that, yes, you've referred to are the rates that we have that people are paying. It's just wrong on the website.
And the other thing, ignorance of me, I didn't know. So yeah, so basically the first part is we could be a bit more lenient, but it may not make that much difference to assist the businesses here.
I'll just jump in here for a little bit. I just think to your comment, Mayor, around what's the problem we're trying to solve.
Yeah.
I think you've got a range of options here that do different things and have slightly different focuses on what they're trying to solve as a problem. 15 minutes and 30 minutes, we're telling you that you're on the margins and we don't know if they're going to work. We think they may work and it seems commonsensical, but the way that people shop and their economic activity doesn't translate necessarily to the way that parking pricing works. What does translate is when you increase accessibility into the CBD, and you can do that in multiple ways. Parking is one of those, a barrier to that accessibility, so it does reduce that sort of willingness to go and spend that money in that location, but they're generally bigger levers. Transport's an enabler of economic activity. It isn't a creator, so we either restrict it or we can promote it. So increasing access is the ideal for increasing economic activity, but at this level, it becomes very difficult to unpick. So I think what we're trying to talk to you about is, in our experience, that the measures that we have some evidence around that have worked and haven't worked, we're giving you the benefit of that experience. We believe that not touching it actually at the moment to understand its true impacts, because there's a wider context of economic activity going on, is a safe solution. However, to the Mayor's suggestion around, is there something that we can do that is highly targeted, we should definitely go away and answer that question to understand that software implications. Then at least we know the cause and effect of our actions. These other matters, we may not know whether we've been successful. And that's our struggle, I guess, as staff to recommend this around the options we've got in front of you, because we believe in the first run at this, we gave you the bigger options that you had, and you made a call on those. And so these ones here are the stuff that left at the bottom of the barrel that you could get us to figure out about. Apart from the targeted option, I think that's something that we could push a bit harder on. So I'm sorry to provide some context, but I think that's where we're getting this conversation starting to go.
You know, that's actually great answer. So just the last thing, I'm just going to profess ignorance. I didn't know loading zones. I avoid them. So yeah, I thought they were for businesses and cars dropping off, picking up stuff for commerce. So yeah, maybe the only one around the table, but certainly will change my mind to parking in a P5. Maybe it should be called a quick stop zone or something. But I'd be interested to know if the general public know that they can stop there as well.
Definitely avoid them in Auckland. Because you will get caught. Yeah, when we say P5 loading zones, we'll make sure going forward that they are a bit more like out the front of this building where it says P5 and avoid where possible the wording loading zone because yeah, get your point.
So is that I think what I've seen in Auckland is it says like it will say loading zone goods vehicles only. That's the difference?
That's correct.
Yeah. So. Goods. So, like, how easy is, for that, like a P5 zone, adding a few more around the city, is that an easy?
Yeah, it's a relatively easy one. We've got from a signage and a marking perspective, it costs approximately $900 a space. So we can do a number of those within current budgets. What we will be doing if you do ask us to go away and do that is talk to the local businesses a bit more targeted and get them to suggest where would be beneficial, and that will then get included within a bylaws report, traffic resolutions.
Have you had any feedback about that park out here, like how often that's used, or?
It's getting used all the time, almost with just turnover of people. So.
Okay, well, it sounds like something practical. Councillor Baker.
Sorry, it was parking's a bugger. Is that a bad word? Nah, that's margin away. That's all right. Fringes, it's a fringe word. Yeah. And it's heavily political, obviously. We've had a fair few whacks at this thing, and probably every iteration of a council has. Are there any examples, even globally, where parking has been depoliticised, or is there a framework that we could use and be transparent with the public about, so we're all brought in on this journey together? Because that would save hours and hours of conversation and reworking to appease elected members and the pressure that we may or may not get from individuals within the public because we've got a shared vision or whatever. But is there any examples of where this has been depoliticised?
Through you, Chair. Transport is political around the world. It's very difficult to divorce that from any transport project at all, and parking being chief amongst them, I think. The way that we try and make sure that we're all on the same page is to develop good strategy, understand the principles by which the reasons for what we're doing, we enshrine them in strategic documents that say that what we're looking for, the problems we're trying to solve are these, and these are the outcomes we're looking for, and here's a measurement framework to measure our progress against that. Then we put plans together about how we're going to do it, and we get these socialised and consulted, and we do things the right way. And I think part of the reason we keep coming back to some things around, particularly parking, but other things, is because we're at the end of the pipe, and perhaps that start of the pipe hasn't been really well understood and socialised. And there's a lot on us, all of us, but particularly our organisation, to make sure we keep doing that. So I think the reason we get that is that means those trade-offs that you talk about that become difficult to make are at least done in the light of a big conversation, a wider community consultation, and understanding that if there's some pain to be had, that we know who's going to bear the pain. So there's a process that helps us to stay true north, if you like, on that, despite political interest and despite community interest and how much interest there is in parking. So that's the way that we generally play the straight bat, and I think that's the way we'll continue to do it, and that's what's done around the world. So that's the main way we seek involvement and collaboration rather than trying to tuck it away in some paper.
Right, is there any other questions? All right, thank you very much, staff, for answering those questions. We'll put the resolutions up. We've got a suggested amendment from Councillor Morris.
Oh, that was me just putting into words your idea, Mayor.
Yeah. But if we can just put that up and we just have a brief discussion around direction, because we've obviously got a lot of different options here. Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
I guess I'm keen to do something a little bit more in the short term. So I was sort of drafting up some words here which would be more significant. But for me, I think we got it wrong in terms of the city fringe pricing. I think there's no way in the world it is anywhere near 85% occupancy in a lot of it. And I've got significant numbers of reports that seem to confirm that. That I think myself that we need to be really careful to treat the right symptoms here. And if we've got an issue that we created in the city fringe, this, you could say the arm of the city, then we don't want to treat, another body part, because the CBD itself has had paid parking since the 1950s. It's expected when people set up there that people will pay. It always used to thrive with higher charges in relation to median incomes than it does now. I absolutely understand that we're going through a very tough economic time, but there are people, cafes out in the suburbs, who are saying they're going through a very tough time as well, and they're not getting hundreds of millions of dollars of investment into their area. So I do have a lot of sympathy and empathy for those people, but I think we haven't changed that. All we've done is we've reduced the charges overall. If you take out Cliff Road, we've put a 40 cents average charge reduction in the city centre area. But what we have done is we've imposed a significant cost of $10 a day for a lot of people who were previously getting a free parking there. That impacts on those businesses, the ones in the fringe and the ones in the city centre. So I think that's where we created a change. That's where the symptoms have come from. That's the area we need to treat. We don't want to treat the CBD itself with a major change, especially before we see the paper, by the sounds of it, on the cost for Te Manawataki or Te Papa. So, but having said that, I would like to look at being more transparent with our grace period and actually formalising and just having something like a 15-minute free, no payment time, and to have more P5 loading bays as appropriate, more mobility spaces. So I think we can move on some of this, actually respond to significant public demand, but still have the spirit of what is trying to be captured in what Councillor Morris put into words, which is any significant changes go through a much more robust process. So I've sort of drafted up some words, but I'll be happy to, if there's any support, to sort of move ahead with this proposed amendment as well. But I was listening to people and trying to come up with it on the fly a little bit. So, but I've been thinking about the city fringe stuff for a while, and I just think that's where the issue is.
I guess, my comments in response to that is parking for hospitality businesses and retailers has been an issue way before the city fringe changes got put into place. And while it may have extended it out to more, I think there's I've been hearing since the day we arrived around parking issues. So, I'm not sure that playing around with a city fringe is going to solve any issues. I don't think all the hospitality businesses and retailers are going to go, yay, now you've solved all our issues by doing it. But yeah, just while we get this up, we might as well fill the time. Yeah, Councillor Roseman.
Yeah, no, I've got a we've just made substantial changes to the parking, and yes, I have seen a change in behaviour around the city centre and the fringe. My personal preference is to leave it for 6 months, get through the Christmas period and come back and look at it again in the late summer, early autumn. So my personal preference is A, supporting A and B1, support the status quo and leave it and through the Christmas period, see what happens. We've actually freed up a lot of parking in front of a lot of businesses, so it means if they've got customers that want to go there, their customers can actually get parking right outside the front door. So if that doesn't lead to an improvement in their business turnover, then the parking wasn't the problem.
Is it okay to speak, Mayor? Well,
Yeah, sorry, just reading this and then. Yeah, do you want to give us your? Yeah.
Just a quick question of staff. How do you measure the occupancy? We just heard from a councillor that he's adamant that the numbers and the rates are wrong. I don't know what his methodology is, but then I'm assuming you've got a fairly, or is it just a drive-by every once in the blue moon?
So we can get that data through the vehicle that also does enforcement. Being that we're still very much in that period of things starting to bed in and adjust, we haven't done that yet. So yes, it's more a visual eye at the moment. But we're always planning to do after 6 months a review report back, which was going to be done through that much more formal data-driven process.
No, thank you for that. So that sort of leads to I'd support A and B1 as well. We've just started this. We've just made a big decision. There'll be a whole lot of views around the table about the details. We've all been and checked it out ourselves at different times. You know, the worst thing we could do is knee-jerk in my mind. I think we should give it some time, let it bed in. You know, we said that we'd review and keep on top of this and keep checking, and I think what data are we basing a change on? So some of the things that may be there further down that could be done simply, I wouldn't necessarily oppose, but I think from a basic fundamental point of view, we should give what we have decided to do and implemented a chance to bed in.
Yeah, Councillor Morris.
Thank you, and appreciate the opportunity to speak to this. It's a vexed issue. It's not really my Amendment 6, it was the Mayor's idea, and it's an idea I support. I just want to put some words around reporting back. Parking validation. My experience looking back at the Burnalilo County Courthouse, there was a bit of a grumpy gentleman who used to validate people's parking when they'd come out of there and make sure that they had receipts, and if they didn't have a receipt, have to go back in again. But 20 years later, we've of course got different technology now, and you don't have to have, you know, our old mate Mike sitting in the toll booth there. Don't have to have that, so that's good. You know, it can be quite cost effective to implement if we do it right. In terms of the wider conversation and around not wanting to change things, my observation would be that the effects of paid parking are actually pernicious. We don't need time to bed in the changes because those changes need less time. It is having an effect on the CBD which is suboptimal, so let's relieve the CBD of that pressure. To that end, I'm thinking about some of the options, and I've seen Councillor Crowther's amendment, and I think at this stage, subject to the debate of my colleagues, I support most of that, except I prefer the implementation of a 30-minute free period, which would be advertised, because if you look at the foregone revenue of that, I think it pales in comparison to the interest on the $80 million streetscape project over 10 years in the LTP. Now, I don't for a minute think that this council will spend $80 million in total on streetscaping. That was a very ambitious, that's to put it kindly, target. And I acknowledge that would be largely funded by DCs, but the saving on interest of not implementing a streetscape to that scale would more than pay for some of these initiatives. You know, if you only went down to 65, and I'd say you could go even lower than that, that would pay for your 60 minutes free. And I think that initiatives like that would have more impact on our CBD than prettying up the streets. I really do. Paid parking is such a disincentive. It almost doesn't matter the number. It's the fact that you have to come in and pay. It is such a disincentive. So personally, as we're going through, and I would thank the Mayor if he'd taken in parts, and we'll come to some sort of a resolution together. But personally, I'd support free after 3 in the off-street parking only. I appreciate that has an impact on leaseholders, but as I say, pulling back that streetscape budget, the amount saved in interest alone would more than fund that. I support the implementation of a 30-minute free period, and also the installation of additional P5 loading bays, and I like Councillor Crowther's proposed amendment around talking to mobility advocates and businesses around finding where those locations should be. And again, the free after 3 thing, there's less demand in the CBD there. If I'm going back to my original point in the Mount parking paper, if we're to treat parking as a demand issue rather than a revenue generation issue, and I think it should be the former rather than the latter, we need to look at free after 3. And more than that, it's a gift to those poor voiceover artists out there that have a lisp. It'd be a great one to advertise. I would also make the observation that back in 2020, 2019-20, when we did this, it was not advertised widely, and it was a bit of a secret. So any measures that we take, I would urge us in our communications function to make it really, really clear to our community what we're doing here, because you can do any and all measures you like, but if our people don't know about it, you're not going to get the impact. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that, you know, I'm sort of split for a number of different ways. I think I agree. You know, we've just made a change, and all we're going to do is screw people up if we then make another change. And you know, knowing we've issued a permit system, we've gone out and people have bought those permits, and now they're going to go, well, now I'm not getting very good value for money because you've just changed what it cost, and you know, we probably have to go back and refund all those, you know, or a certain amount of that. You know, let's give it time. What I've heard is actually that it is working, and you know, there is a couple of little spots that it, you know, has made too much of an impact. But you know, again, what we've heard is over time, you know, these changes just sort of happen and things move on. And if we've got a problem in 6 months, we might have to adjust it. Look, while I don't think the initial 30-minute free period or the P5 loading bays is going to make a significant difference to the problem we're trying to solve, which is our retailers and hospitality businesses. I think it's actually a pretty practical solution we can do quite easily, and it takes a little bit of that barrier. If you know you can pop into the CBD for a short period and you might be able to find a P5 park or park for 30 minutes if you can find another park and pop into the library or drop your kids off or whatever it is. I think they're practical solutions. It's not going to solve the retail issue, or you're not going to go in a P5 and go have a beer at the pub. So unless you're very quick. So yeah, I don't think it solves. I don't think it specifically solves that, but it may take some of that heat out of people, you know, just popping into the CBD. And I think we might as well try a couple of these little things. I am very encouraging. I'd like to hear back from the staff, just seeing if there is a practical way we could implement a very targeted, free parking for those that spend money. I think it goes for a number of it's not free parking. It's a certain limit or certain amount off or whatever we want to do. I'm open to those options, but even people working in the CBD, if you knew that if you spent $20 on your lunch at one of the city centre businesses, you got $4 off your parking. I think it's a subsidisation, but it actually directly encourages you to spend in the CBD, and I think that's more of a system that we're actually going to get some better feedback. I guess the downside of that is we're going to see another parking paper, Jen, but it's something. I think it's something that we should at least look into and see, is there an easy way to do that with our technology, that we can implement and that is not going to not going to add a lot of cost and going to be simple for our retailers. But I think for our retailers as well, it gives them a pretty good incentive, they've complained to us around parking, and it's a response to that. Whether we can do it, that's a question mark, and I'm open if it's not possible. But that's where I would like to focus our energy. So, look, I'm comfortable supporting 5 and 6. And I think that advertising it is a good thing, so people know that at the coffee shop they can drop in, or they can go into the retail store and pick up their groceries or whatever it is that they want to do in the CBD. They've got that option. The tricky bit is, if it's a 30-minute free period, at what point do we cut it off? And I think it's got to be very clear that it's 30 minutes and 1 second you get a ticket. If that's enforced, because you can't then have another 10-minute grace period. I guess that's probably my challenge to the council. Is it a P20, like you get 20 minutes free with a 10-minute grace period, or is it a P30 with a 0 grace period? But that sort of stuff is just sort of on the edges. It's not really making a significant change, but it may be enough to encourage more people, which is worth a go. That's where I'm at anyway.
Do you want to move something, because we don't actually have a motion on the table yet?
Yeah. Well, I just see, is there any other discussion around where the sort of direction here before we put something together?
Just your comment on 5. Should we change that to implement a 20-minute free period with 10-minute grace?
Well, I think what we're doing is we're changing the grace period, because we don't want to, it's not free, it's just saying we're not going to enforce it. So, yeah.
I think that, are you suggesting that the 20 or 30 minutes would be changing the grace period, as opposed to publicly notified?
No, we can notify that we're not going to enforce people that park for under 30 minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I know it's out of order, but just a technical question, diving right into the detail. If it was a 30-minute free period of time, let's say you wanted to be here for an hour, are you going to the parking meter and you're going and putting your rego in, and that's giving you 30 minutes free, or are you just sort of rocking up and then driving off without going and interacting with the parking meter? I think that's a technical aspect that we probably have to look at. Not interacting with it.
Yeah, you've got to take the barriers out. All right. Yeah.
I guess my concern with that is that there'll be that's why I suggested 15, and what I was suggesting was because most people, if they're going for an hour, say, or 3/4 of an hour or an hour, they would kind of go, we don't really care if someone else gets 15 minutes free. It's neither here nor there. It's just a grace period which has now become public. But if it's 30 minutes and then and then you're wanting to go somewhere and you know you'll be just over half an hour, so you better pay for your 45, and you're not getting $1, like you're paying an extra $1, and you're there providing more patronage for that CBD, and the person who's just nipping in and out might be providing less patronage for all we know, and yet they're not only getting it free, but they don't even have to sort of have that hassle. And to me, we've got to be a little bit careful where we put that boundary, or else we're going to get unintended consequences again, in my view.
We have a comment, Sean, as just your experience around, how we, if we were to put in something like this, how we'd skin it, I guess.
So when you get to the 60 minutes free, it would be, you'd have to register because of that length of time. The up to 30 minutes you do through, and that's why we've called it the grace time, because you wouldn't be going to the parking machine. So look, the way that it would work, if it was, if you're going for an hour, you could then put into the machine that you're going to be there for half an hour, and then you get a grace time. The question is, long term, will people do that, or will they just pay for the hour? Being that, we will go out and do engagement or tell people about it, but people forget about parking related media quite quickly after it, so it will get somewhat forgotten about, I think, to that degree, and we wouldn't be wanting to continuously remind people, being that that's additional expense ongoing. So we'd be trying to find that balance to that. So, and to your point, Mayor, on would you do 20 minutes and then a 10-minute grace period? I'd recommend for this that you, if you wanted to go for 5, you leave it as is, maybe providing a bit of wording, and we'll let our comms team really work through and word the exact way that that's then communicated to.
Oh yeah, sorry, the 5, but then the 30, like, would you go 15, or you think it is a 30?
I think it's, in a way, it's a lot safer to do 20.
20, yeah.
But we really, unfortunately, don't know.
So you kind of, if you said 20, then you get the pop-in, pop-outs. But if you think you're going to be there for an hour, you'd pay, or even 40 minutes, you just pay. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Well then, on that advice, I'm happy to move A with 5 going to 20 minute, and 6. And then with that, the next one as well, which is just getting the report back.
Councillor Morris as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll second, Councillor Taylor will second. Take out the rest, yeah. So I think we've had, well, I've said what I want to say, but it's we're doing something that I think will make some, except it's not huge, but if we are trying to solve the problem for our retailers and our hospitality, 7 has the biggest chance of solving that issue, and that's obviously dependent on what we can find out and if there's an easy way to implement that. But that would be directly related to, you spend money at a retailer or hospitality business, you get cheap or cheaper or free parking. So I think that's the biggest bang for buck we could do. Councillor Taylor.
I guess I instigated this coming back to council, and from some of the meetings that we had with the hospos and the retail people in town, it was clear that they needed assistance. I think we've talked about the economy and where that's at, and how things in the middle of winter in the CBD have been pretty dire, and they're probably dire across the economy. the changes that we were making in the city centre, and I understand what Councillor Crowther was trying to say about the investment that's going in here, but that investment is actually costing the current business owners dearly in this city. So we can look at that in 4 or 5 years' time and say, yes, it's been a boon for the businesses if they're still there, but they've got to get there. We're in a situation at the moment where a lot of them are basically living at the will of the Inland Revenue Department, quite honestly, in some situations. So anything we can do, and that this is additional, just to let them know that we heard them and we're doing some stuff. It isn't going to fix their businesses, but it just may assist and put the word out in the community that we need people to be coming in here and spending their money at these businesses that have been here for a long, long time. Some of them won't be here next year probably if we don't do something. So that was the intention. It certainly wasn't to backtrack on what we've put in play, because I think we've been through that. We've done the logic on that, and it is what it is. But this is a shout out to those businesses that are struggling, and if we can do something for them, good on us.
It's got to be your longest speech, Councillor Taylor. Passionate. Councillor Baker.
Before I say what I want to say, if the mover and seconder are comfortable, Glenn's, his 4 is our, can we add his 4, replace his 4 with our 5? Because it just includes including businesses and the disability sector engagement. So it's in businesses and the disability, oh yeah. If the mover and seconder, it's the same, it just adds the disability sector and making sure that we're hitting those spots correctly if we're talking about disability parking. Are you guys all right with that? Yeah, it'll just change it to accessibility. Oh, that's all right. Accessibility, yeah. Yeah, it's just adding.
So that's the next one down, yeah.
Accessibility, sorry, yeah. Minor change. You guys comfortable with that? Because I can just start my yarn. Yeah. Cool as. So just, thank you. Just briefly, I do now support the recommendation. I was originally just for status quo, but hearing what staff have had to say, these additions aren't majorly disruptive, and they also kind of present a bit of goodwill and things like that back to our businesses here in the CBD, as well as the people coming into the CBD as well. Yeah, parking, by jingoes, parking. Something that really stood out to me was that parking marginally impacts economic activity. It's access that generates economic activity. And I think what our staff have put together goes a long way to achieving that accessibility for Tauranga and its residents. And probably just a word of caution for our table here. We need to be very clear on who we're directing some of our comments to. Some of the comments that we've made over the last 20 minutes or so have implied that staff are disingenuous in what they've done over the last few years. From what I've heard and seen and observed of our staff, they are not disingenuous. They're good, hard-working people. And if you've had a concern about the work that's been done, then I suggest direct that at the leadership of the time, because all of the work that they do is steered by that leadership, whether it be operational or governance. Our staff are the experts in this space and have done a lot of great work to compromise, to make us happy, our opinions, because this is very much an opinion thing. I look at what governance, the kind of the hard term of what you're meant to do as governance and what that looks like, and what we've spent an hour doing is almost the opposite to that, in my view. So I think we need to take a moment to trust our staff a bit and direct any of those comments that you have around what has been done to the appropriate place, because they're working hard too. They pay like we pay to be in the city, to do the job and serve the people like we do as well. So a bit of sympathy there would go a long way.
Councillor Rollison.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of comments. I think I like what Mike said before, what's the problem we're trying to solve, and I'm trying to think what it is. But anyway, we won't go there because we'll go back in a full circle. And of course there's unintended consequences because now Matapihi has got a parking challenge, but I'm not going to leave that on, I'm not going to put that on the table, not just yet. But I have a solution, but my sort of, I remember when we passed this this last paper, and I said, I'm pretty sure I said something like we need to be mindful of what might happen and be able to pivot if necessary. And look, we're not pivoting, and I think we're generally, from my perspective, we're generally accepting what's been recommended with some areas that Councillor Taylor, and I want to mihi to you because you're at all of these hui in the community listening, and it's tough. It's tough, and I spoke to some of them that were people that were there in some of the recent community hui, and they were, I guess, very grateful that you're turning up and taking the heat. It's tough out there. This is not going to fix it, but at least we want to show that our ears are open and we're listening. And I think we've just got to keep our finger on the pulse, and that's why we've got the experts there. So I'm supportive of the I guess the small changes that are saying to particularly our businesses. Here we are listening. Yes, we don't have the silver bullet yet there's still a lot of change to happen in our CBD that hopefully we can help along the way. So that's my whakaaro. Kia ora.
Right, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I would like to possibly just go through the motions, but from my point of view, hopefully not. Put forward what was one of my, number one of the proposed amendment. So the other stuff's largely taken care of or I will leave. But I would like still, after listening to all the discussion and the feedback from our community, I think we need to make a stronger move around the city fringe. I don't think it reflects at all badly on staff in terms of what has happened. I think staff signalled that it was an unknown implication of when they put $10 in as a daily charge, what could happen. They've suggested today that it's within keeping with what they were thinking, but I'm suggesting from a governance perspective, the amount of feedback that we've got and the nature of that feedback convinces me we need to change that. So I'd like to propose we add to the resolution to change the pricing of the city fringe zone to $1 per hour for the first 7 hours with a maximum daily charge of $7. Okay. And I guess part of the issue for that is that...
I'll just see if we get a seconder, if we've got a seconder to that. Yeah. Councillor Morris, all right. Thank you, Councillor Crowther.
So part of the reason for that is that there are quite a few unintended consequences here, and I acknowledge Councillor Rolliston's happy to, not have the discussion around Matapihi today, but I do want to have the discussion around 12th Ave, 13th Ave, Devonport Road, Harvey Street, the complaints that I'm getting, Edgecombe Road, of course, and the fact that Tauranga City Council are not ticketing people on berms there and annoying people, and they maintain the berms, they're our property, I acknowledge, but they're, not acting in the same way as before we put this charge in. So there are implications of it. All around Boys College there are implications. Having observed those firsthand and talked to people there, I think these are significant issues. I think they are push up from what we've done in the fringe and what we've done in the avenues. I'm not trying to relitigate the time parking in the avenues, but I do think the fringe has changed behaviour, and some of that could be good, but I think the proposal I've got is still that the charge is going to be around the same price as a return bus fare after the just determined increases on, what day was that, Rod, on Friday or whenever we had our meeting, or sometime last week when we decided to increase the bus fares. So to me it gives people choice. It still incentivises public transport because you're not having to run your vehicle. But at the moment, we have to acknowledge that we don't have some great options in terms of reliable public transport. So I think this hits a sweeter spot. It shows we are listening to our community. And I would also like to suggest that we really look at how we police the berms, and that when we allow some businesses in the industrial area in Glasgow Street to have cars parked everywhere on the berms, and then others, to be really hit a bit more firmly with that, I think we need to be consistent. I think we need to be consistent across the city, and we need to have a parking policy that does end up with something like 85% occupancy in the nearish future, not once we have a number of projects delivered. So that's why I'm pushing this. I think we're not there quite clearly in my view, and this will help us get there. But having said that, I support a lot of what we've done. We've simplified it. I think the staff have worked well with us, and we've got a much, especially now that I know that it was just an error on the website, we've actually got a nice, simple pricing structure across a lot of the city. And if we clarify that error, I think people will see that. And if we tweak this, I think we'll get a lot of buy-in, especially because we're given that 20-minute grace period for people in the CBD, which is something in addition to any changes we've made.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you. Yeah, and for efficiency of time, I'll wrap everything up and together into this amendment, and then won't hopefully have to speak again to it. Look, I can read the room, and I would have preferred free after 3 and 30 minutes, but I accept where the table and we collectively have got to. I would speak to colleagues who may still be favouring status quo, because we've made a change. Look, I think I'd really urge you to support what we've got up there, because rather than waiting 6 months and doing it, there are businesses out there that I'm convinced won't survive 6 months, so let's make a change right now to support our community. Yes, it's with cost, but there's nothing in here, and I include in the proposed amendment that we can't do other things to ensure that it's cost neutral. And again, I just mentioned the streetscapes. Yes, I acknowledge that that's DC funded largely, but in terms of interest, man, we can make some changes there that'll have a bigger impact. So support the amendment, support anything to reduce the cost of people coming into our CBD. And yes, I live way out in Papamoa, but I want more of my fellow residents to be able to come into the CBD and enjoy it. And anything we can do to reduce the cost to that, and without having to rely on the manaakitanga, the matapihi as well, absolutely support. Thank you.
Does anyone else want to speak to the amendment, specifically the amendment?
Can I ask a question? What's the financial change or impact of that? Even on a weekly or monthly? Okay.
Yep.
So the current model in the expanded zone is 0 to 1 hour is $1, then 2, then it goes to 4, 6, 8.
No, sorry. What's the financial impact like?
Well, this is the parking of the in the
but
fringe
like
zone.
The total. What revenue are we going to lose by doing this?
I don't have those numbers on my spreadsheet. Sorry, Mayor. It will take me a while to extrapolate that. You might have to talk to those. But I mean, if you're discussing this based on the impact on Joe Bloggs every day, I think understanding the impact. So they'll be paying $10 a day max at the moment. You're going back to $7 a day. So $3 a day times 5. That's the savings to the average person over a week. Simple. Maths.
I think, I think the issue we've got is we've got people, for example, in 3rd Avenue saying, we can't get a park in our street anymore because we've got people parking on the city fringe and walking to town. So, while we might solve, one little issue down in Glasgow Street and one little issue down past the Domain, you've got to actually look at the whole city fringe, and we're actually going to make it worse by doing this. I think we don't have the information around what this change makes. We don't have the consequence of all those people that have bought permits and how they're going to feel when they've bought a permit, I think averaging $6 a day, and potentially we're going to have to either refund them or give it back. So I think this is a knee-jerk reaction without the information, and I think we're just better to let this embed and have a look. I don't think it's going to solve the ultimate problem why this paper is here is to support our retailers and our hospitality businesses. All this is going to do is make people pay working in the city pay less, and it's not going to necessarily solve the problem we're actually trying to fix. So I'm not supportive of this amendment. Any other discussion?
I'm with you on that. Thank you, Mayor.
Therefore, I'm going to put it to this is just the amendment, and ask all those in favour. Those against? No. So, Jen, you abstain, okay. All right, amendment has failed. Is there any further discussion on the original motion? Yeah.
Yeah, and respecting Bon Jovi and going down a blaze of glory earlier, I did note on the way into work this morning that there was a beautiful, big coloured billboard advertising the consultation on the Simpson Reserve in Papamoa, which is great, but I just use that as an example. Man, we've got to communicate these resolutions really, really well. I can't emphasise it enough. If you give me the rest of the day, I'll talk to it. We need to let our community know. Last thing I want to say, Mayor, is again, thanks to Councillor Taylor for responding to the community feedback and really being the impetus to bring this back to the table. So I want to acknowledge your work there. Thank you.
Right. Now, I'll put the original motion to the council. So we're basically saying we're implementing a 20-minute grace period, that if you're popping into a shop briefly, you can not pay and not get a ticket if you're less than 20 minutes. We're asking for staff to go and engage with the accessibility sector and businesses to dot a few more P5s around the CBD to again allow access to our businesses easier, and we've asked for a report back option to try to help solve the real problem at hand, which is spending money at retailers and hospitality businesses within the CBD, and is there a way we can target that and come up with a solution to help take some of that parking issue away from those businesses. So now I'll ask the council that all those in favour, those against, that is carried. Thank you. Right, we're going to whip through one more and we'll have a short break. So we're 11.5 Transport Resolutions Report number 57. I don't really think this is some quite minor changes, unless anyone has got page 114. Unless anyone has got some specific things they want to ask or talk about. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Mike and Sean. You might have to come forward again.
Given the previous discussion, I guess I've had a number of complaints about parking around the city on the berms. To me, it's one of the biggest sort of public feedback issues I've had, and the big issue is the lack of consistency. And is it intentional? And if it is, can we publicise, to Councillor Morris's point, where it is allowed and where it's not? So again, I've had a suburban ticketing of a person reported to me in recent times in Otamotai, which is completely sort of strange to my eye. So there might be some logic to it, but it would be great to be able to explain why that happens and why in the avenues and in industrial areas and things that it's not happening. And is it related to the parking? Because that's the allegation that people are making, that it's related to the parking changes in the fringe.
I'll just go first on this one, Sean, and then you can jump in with the operational response. I think to your main point around, is it deliberate? No. I guess the context in which we're operating, particularly with the implementation of the parking management plan, the strategy, and then our actual enforcement of that, can often get disjointed. And so there are going to be circumstances where it feels inconsistent, or there are weird things going on. One of the elements with this, particularly with the parking implementation of the parking management plan, is, and why we had the conversation earlier, is we want to make sure we get that operational response much more consistent. And that we're actually delivering on those expectations and whatnot. So there is absolutely that intent from this process. I think we've got a stable base to work from. All the pricing, the communication, and the communication of such sort of activity now will help us have a consistent conversation with our customers. Although I can't stay here and talk to you about that. It'll be always perfectly consistent with every experience that we have in enforcement. But Sean, have you got some operational?
Yes. So we are an outlier where it comes to cities in the country that we by default allow parking on our berms. That's very much a historical reality. We have in some of the city centre avenues areas, we have put in a bit more of a blanket no parking on berms, as you can see from the no parking on berm signs that we have on those berms. We have then, there are other areas, like I believe you're referring to, where we do have, where we have put into the bylaw specific no parking on berms, which is indicated by a sign. So it may feel a little bit haphazard sometimes in the more residential areas, and that's often because it is based on a community feedback to us and community request to ban that berm parking.
Then just to get clear then on the key issue, where there is no signage, so currently, for instance, on Edgecombe Road up, say around 12th Ave, etc., where cars are stacked up on the berms there, or in my example in Otamotai, is it council policy to give tickets in those situations? And it's just, I understand this, you can't always enforce it, and it's hard to be consistent, but is it a policy to enforce it where there's no signage, if possible, or is it that people who get tickets there or in those situations are just sort of unlucky, or I'm really struggling to understand what the rationale is.
So I'm surprised to hear that somebody has received a ticket for parking on a berm where there isn't a sign, because they are at the moment they are allowed to park there. I'd need to understand, did they get a ticket for parking on the berm? Did they get a ticket for actually parking over a footpath, which does often happen, or warrant registration also might be a reason why they received it. So I'm sorry, I can't comment on that, but...
It's helpful. So basically the ones which are not up there don't have footpaths there, so maybe... Yeah, so maybe that could help explain it. So maybe we take it offline and try and get, because it is something that'd be good to get a clear council communication on, and I'm happy to support
Councillor
that.
Taylor.
There's a very quick one. Conversations around 7th Avenue, 8th Avenue, Edgecombe Road, freeing up some parking, and I notice we've got one Edgecombe Road location here on this list. Is there still more to come on Edgecombe Road?
Yes, there's still more to come on that.
I did like to see that an extra 4 parking spaces. It's music to my ears. Is there any further questions on this? If there's no further questions, I'll just put the resolution up. It is getting very warm. So it's this is again sort of regulation of council, just putting in some changes and updates to some of the parking and other parts of our city. And I ask for a mover and seconder of this. Councillor Baker, thank you. Got a seconder. Councillor Crowther. Is there any discussion on this? If there's no discussion, I'll put it to council and ask all those in favour. Those against? That is carried, thank you. So we'll just have a brief break. We'll come back at 3:05, and we'll finish off the last few matters. We should whiz through the last few. Eastern Link tolling submission. I note this is a report that was circulated around the elected members. Obviously, just timing meant that it had to be submitted before this meeting. So we haven't been able to discuss it, but I know there was certainly input into it as part of that. Therefore, unless we have any specific questions for staff, we can move on fairly quickly with this one. Yeah. Okay, if we've got no questions for staff, then if we just can put up the... So this is about receiving the report, Tauranga Eastern Link tolling submission, retrospectively approves Tauranga City Council's Tauranga Eastern Link tolling submission.
Happy to receive.
Yep. Councillor Roseboom will move that. We got a seconder for that. Councillor Baker, thank you. Any discussion? Yes, Papa Moa himself.
Tēnā koe te mea. Unfortunately, I can't support the retrospective, not retroactive, approval of this submission, and it just relates to one paragraph, and that is that TCC is in general agreement that for fairness, partial use toll should incur a partial charge. Subsequent to our submission being sent to NZTA, I received from a member of the public an OIA response from NZTA in which they said that people who are exiting from the PEI onto the on-ramp which heads to Paengaroa will be attracting the full toll charge. So there's a differential or reduced charge is what they were proposing from Domain Road to the PEI, about $1.10. But people who are entering the TEL from the PEI are going to be liable for the full charge. And I think that speaks to the fact that this is, in my view, NZTA trying it on. And they have a surplus toll gantry that didn't go down to the Tararua Manawatu road, which the public pushed strongly back, and so they might as well put it somewhere else. Well, not in my view. I don't think that it is fair given all the other reasons which I'm not going to get into. My concern is somewhat ameliorated by two paragraphs down where it says TCC don't support the proposed tolling level if it causes local traffic network to become over capacity. And actually, if you read in detail our submission, insofar as I think Te Okoroa Drive is concerned, yes, it does. I think we do tick over to over capacity. So you could read it in one of two ways. You could read the first paragraph saying that we support tolling. You could read that paragraph two paragraphs down, and that would, given the body of the evidence in the submission, actually say that we don't support tolling. I think given the way that board reports are prepared for NZTA board consumption, I think that they would read that, and that in the summary, good executive report, executive summary, it would say TCC supports it the way that it's currently written, and I don't support that.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion? Yep. Sorry, Councillor Taylor and then Councillor Roseboom.
This is not really a discussion, it's a question for Councillor Morris. So if we all decided not to do that, what would that do for our submission that we've already put in?
Sorry, with your indulgence, Chair. I think it would send a strong message to the NZTA board.
Councillor Roseboom.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just further to the concerns, in one of the paragraphs in the report, TCC makes it quite clear that the same methodology around new roading and funding being supported by tolls that's being applied here in the Bay should be applied equally around the country. And I point NZTA to multiple roads that are not State Highway 1 that have been built in recent years that do not have a tolling. But I do also notice that they're all in marginal seats. So I suggest if we campaign for a different coloured seat in the newly formed Mount Maunganui electorate, we might gain further attention. If Todd felt his seat was at risk, he may advocate more sternly on our behalf in order to reduce the number of toll roads in this area. And I've also, after looking at the new boundary positioning of the new electorates, that the tolls are actually in Mount Maunganui and the newly formed Tauranga electorate, and one of them's in the East Coast. I see Todd McClay in the Rotorua electorate has missed out completely on the joy of having a toll in his very own electorate. That's all I'll say on that.
Councillor Councillor Taylor, did you want to make a comment or? No. Oh yeah. Sorry, your question was enough. Yeah.
I'll support this. I actually think there's a big difference between the Manawatu road and something like this. This was brought forward, a conscious decision by the councils of the day and the government of the day to do a tolled highway here. This is paying a portion of that cost by people who will use that highway. It means we got something quicker than we would have otherwise. To me, it seems entirely fair. There was a choice. It wasn't a compulsory thing that people had to buy into. Their elected representatives determined it. In Manawatu, there's not the same easy alternative. Now, I'm not saying it won't get congested alternative, but it is an alternative. And in terms of marginal seats, I think you can use that argument in some cases, but I don't know. Like, I haven't studied closely, but I don't think you would say that that's the sole reason for some of the decisions in transport infrastructure. I think it's much more in terms of the model that was used at the time. And so I'm quite happy to go with this model. I have much more concern about the amount of the charge hitting the right threshold, and that's where I think we've sort of covered it through what we're talking about there, but it's the same for the TNL, that if we have the charge set in the wrong place, it's a bit like parking, dare I say it, that if you get the charge right, then the right people will use the right roads for the right purpose, and there will still be choice. And, to me, that's the answer. So I don't think we've got a big problem here. I think staff have kind of covered it, and hopefully NZTA will not put an excessive price on there which causes people to use local roads when they shouldn't be doing that.
Right, any further discussion, or do you want to talk, Councillor Schuller? No. Be cynical and say probably doesn't matter what we say, as they're not going to listen anyway. But and so I'll now put the resolution to council that we're retrospectively approving the Tauranga City Council's Tauranga Eastern Link tolling submission. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Morris against. That is passed. Thank you. Now we go to 11.7, fees and charges review confirmation of scope. This is on page 128. This is, we've obviously had a couple of workshops on this, and I think from that, the confirmation of scope was we want to go fairly wide. So again, I'm happy to take this as read because it's more a confirmation of what we've discussed in workshops and making a decision. But please, I think we've got Holly and Catherine. Yes. Sorry, oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. So if we have any questions, happy for staff to answer those. Right, there's no partai, that's great. We'll now look at the... I just note, this is a review. This is not saying that we're going ahead with these, but we're certainly looking to review them all. And that will happen over the next few months. And to the public, none of this will be implemented without feedback from the community. So once we get to a place that we're happy, we'll go out to the community for consultation to understand the views of our community. So just to make sure it's very clear that we're not implementing these fees today. We're saying we're going to look at these more. We're going to develop an overall review, and then we'll go out to community consultation to get the community's views. Any? Yep. Sorry.
Just a small request or action of staff, if possible, Marty. A few of us have got counsellor clinics and things coming up between now and the end of year. It'd be really helpful if we had some kind of cheat sheet, small brochure thing that we can speak to, because I'm sure this will be quite a topical thing. So that'll just be helpful for us to engage in discussion. Otherwise, we'll be like, we'll get back to you, and it'll just take ages. Cool. Does that need to be resolution, or happy to just action? Thank you.
Can we just put the resolution up? Yeah.
I'll put there as an action.
Yeah. Okay, I'm happy to. Yeah.
I've got one question in relation to the overweight vehicle permits. Is that to allow the overweight vehicles greater access to the Tauranga roading network, or is it in relation to a request for the trucking company that does the refuse from Tamanga over to Hampton Downs, to allow them to run an oversized vehicle so they can do less trips per day by carrying a larger load per trip?
We got.
Does someone know the answer? Yeah.
Get the expert in.
I'm certainly not an expert in overweight vehicles, but in talking to the transport team, this was a potential new fee that they were looking at presenting to you. A lot of other councils around the country have this charge, and it's around overweight vehicles, trucks, using our public roads and allowing them or providing them a permit at a cost.
Hopefully it covers the cost of rebuilding the road after they've ruined it. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got a. You're going to move, Councillor Schuller, or you've got a question? Yep. Okay. Okay, Councillor Roseboom will second. Is there any discussion? So, Councillor Schuller, have you got a?
No, I will start. Happy to do this body of work. This stuff has been coming up a lot, so and we have said as a council that it's something we're going to address. The only question I'm just looking at here, and it was going to be a question to the council, other people around the table, but it may be something that comes up through the process, is cost recovery for illegal dumping. To me, if someone's doing something illegal, us as a group saying we're just going to try and find ways to recover the costs of fixing up and cleaning up after people. So maybe there's other ways we'll go about that, but that's all. But no, I'm happy to move this and hear what people got to say.
Councillor Roseboom, do you want to speak?
Now, again, this is one of those things where I think the whole comms and full community engagement is going to be crucial. The more feedback we get from the wider Tauranga public, I think the better this whole thing will actually transpire, the better result we'll get. This is one of these things where we definitely need good community buy-in. So another opportunity for us to test our ability to engage with the Tauranga people.
Councillor Crowther.
Yep, happy to support this. I guess I want to highlight for people who have certainly come to me around the cemetery and crematorium, that I'm glad to see this included. I think there are some issues there that I would like to see addressed as part of this process. I also want to kind of comment that I think we have to temper our enthusiasm to extract revenue from our residents with the fact of, and I think Paul Davison captured it really well when we were fairly new on council, that a lot of the rates increases and that kind of imposition on our ratepayers is sort of baked into the system, and we've already got a significant amount of user charges in some areas, and yes, we can tweak them, yes, we can get more money, and that will come at whatever cost that is, but I think he made the point that there's only so much you can expect to get from user fees and charges, and I'd note that the cost to that can be incredible staff time and our own time in discussing all these issues. So I would urge some degree of caution to do it on a principles basis, to look at things very calmly, but not to sort of hold out great hope of just suddenly striking a jackpot in money, because it'll come at a huge cost, I think. And part of that will probably be an electoral cost if we went too far, but that's not so much what I'm worried about. It's more the cost to our organisation if we kind of go too hard on this.
Right, thank you. Councillor Schooler.
Thank you, Me Mahe. I think just, again, I'd like to see some ability to have some comparison of, we want to have robust financial analysis of these. We want to be able to say we're aiming for a 10% cost recovery or a 30% cost recovery, and so that when we're looking at this in 2 or 3 or 5 years' time, we can have something that just gives us an indication of why, some principles or policy of why we've made those decisions. So I think for me there'll be a need for that robust financial analysis that goes with this, both probably before we consult and just to make it a bit clearer when we make decisions on, saying that that's what we're trying to get, is that X amount of recovery, and it might be that we need to get 10% this year, 20 going forward. So it's, but also being aware that we do want the people of Tauranga to enjoy being able to do things in Tauranga. So we need to make sure that that's taken into account as well.
Right, if there's no further discussion, I'll put the resolution to the council. Ask all those in favour. Those against? That is carried. Thank you. So now we deal with our final public item before going to publicly excluded. This is 11.8, status update on actions from prior council meetings. This is page 147 of the agenda. I just ask if anyone has any questions, specifically around the closed. Councillor Taylor.
At risk of not knowing my diary inside out, item 11.10, which is the discussion around Hamaru and its ownership. We had a workshop scheduled for the 11th of September, and my recollection is
yes, that
didn't happen.
got pushed, yeah.
So we've got we could just get that one done. It's been around for a while.
It's around the ownership of, but that was a wider discussion around the CCOs, so be good to knock that off. Any other questions or queries around that report? If there's no questions and queries, this is a receiving the report. And talking about attachment 2, which is confidential, which can be brought into the open at a time when it's appropriate. Just wait for that resolution to go up. Okay, there's a resolution. We've got a mover and seconder, Councillor Taylor, thank you. Councillor Schuler, thank you. Any discussion? Therefore, I'll put it to council. Ask all those in favour. Those against? That is carried. Thank you. Now, I call for a mover and seconder to go into publicly excluded. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Roseboom, thank you. All those in favour of going into publicly excluded?